Are you ready for the ultimate entertainment experience? Spectrum is bringing together the streaming apps you love, plus live TV for sports, entertainment, and news. All in one place, across your devices. So no matter when or where you are, it's all here.
We are live.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps baby 3 times drier, so your baby stays comfortably dry all night long. Pampers Swaddlers, dry all night.
For my pubic area, I choose the Venus Pubic Razor, made for coarse hair and thin skin, with an irritation defense bar to help protect my skin for a shave with almost no redness and bumps. Get a shave made for your skin. My skin, my way. Venus.
Back here in Green Bay, getting close to the opening of round 1 of the NFL draft. It is the 90th draft. The common draft started in 1967 after the NFL-AFL merger. Penn State in that era has had some multiple top 10 picks in a single year at 3 in 19.
We are live. We got single cards over here, some packs that I was able to get, the drafts on the TV.
All right, we got to start with the outfit, Abdul, because this is incredible, and that's appropriate because that's what your chain says. But what's the motivation for all this?
Just, showing homage to what got me here, just praying to God, praying to Allah. Dressing like Muslims, that's what got me here.
It's really special. You have not been shy about talking about how you should be the #1 overall pick tonight. Why do you believe that?
Just no overall impact on the game, hard work that I put in.
For 2 years at a very high level, and then right before last season, they came to me and said, "Hey, we'd like to play the end." I said, "Oh, really?" Very driven, extremely motivated. Kind of what you saw right there is who he is. He's a no-nonsense guy. Wants to be great in everything he does. And I'm just happy for it. Like Coach talks about, you sit here with these kids in high school and talk about their dreams and where they want to be in 4 to 5 years, and sometimes the situation plays out like today.
We are live.
Yeah, I love you, Tyler Warren and his family earlier today. Big Tyler Warren fan. I love the way you guys just moved him around. He was like a Swiss Army knife. You could line him up anywhere on the field. Now, he played quarterback in high school. How did he make that transition from quarterback to tight end at Penn State? Well, he was committed to another school as a quarterback, and we didn't see him as a quarterback. We saw him as a tight end. And once he decided that that's what he wanted to do, he called us up and said, "Hey, I'm interested in doing this." And then kind of went from there. But I believe the time at quarterback helps you from a football IQ standpoint, but it also allowed us to do so many things with him. So,
We are live.
And for us, he could get under center and take a snap, which really quarterbacks can't even do anymore. Right? You can run quarterback sneaks with them. Yeah. I saw somebody kind of trying to find a way to critique him this week, saying, well, he's a gadget guy. They did all these different things with him. Well, because of his skill set, we were able, and we were trying to get the ball in his hands as many ways as we could.
How about dunking in high school?
Yeah, his basketball tape is impressive. 5 or 6 dunks a game. Just a playmaker. But another thing is, he's a true tight end. Yeah. I have a hard time with these tight ends that are essentially big wide receivers. And now defensively, you just treat him as a wide receiver. Right, exactly. He can line up in the traditional Y and block it, or he can line up in that. Yeah, even though he has diversity, I think that's his real value. He is a all-around.
See a lot of
Give the Packers any advice from your old office here when you were an assistant? Yeah,
a lot of mock drafts has this Tyler Warren guy going to the Jets at 7.
For 5 months when I moved away. Yeah. Wow. That's pretty good. That's with Carroll. We're glad nothing happened there. All right, James Franklin, head coach at Penn State. Have a couple of guys. You're going to have another guy drafted before this draft is over, too. Winston, sensational player coming off an injury. Next all-defensive team, complete with personnel groupings and packages.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Honey's Advanced Health has different formulas
pancakes, crispy hickory smoked bacon, and 2 eggs cooked to order your way. All for just $6. Part of the new $6 House Faves menu.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
What makes Sam Adams American Light the most premium light beer? It was awarded the best light beer in America, and it's made with 100% American ingredients. Sam Adams American Light, America's most premium light beer. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sports DSG, only at Dix. Great news, Spectrum customers. You've got Max. Max Basic with Ads is now included in your Spectrum TV package at no extra cost. Download the Max app and you're just 3 easy steps away from enjoying Max. Step 1, click connect your provider. Step 2, log in with your Spectrum username and password. Step 3, watch your shows wherever and whenever. Stream big movies, iconic originals, and all of HBO.
We should always live like this.
Max Basic with Ads is now included with your Spectrum TV package. Download the Max app and start streaming today. Commit to your true passion and add uniqueness to everything you do. Seek perfection in every detail. This is what we mean by dedicated to everyday excellence.
Tyron Matthew, the Honey Badger, making plays constantly. Odell Beckham, Indian famous for their 100 kicks and the cool growing up.
Jarvis Landry.
I got some big. Unfortunately, growing up playing football as a receiver, I was a big Torrey Holt fan. I was saying,
Okay, Torrey Holt, yeah.
he's a man of the year award winner. That's kind of the goal of mine is to be a man of the year in the NFL. Take a look at our draft stats. Built by the Home Depot, the best available defensive players according to our
Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Jalen Walker, and Will Johnson.
Mason Graham, interior defender on the front. More on Mason Graham. Here's Jen Latin.
Yeah, guys, I'm here in the green room, and the family is just behind me. I talked to Mason a few moments ago. He came up to me and said, "Hey, you know the Wi-Fi?" I said, "No, I'm sorry, I don't." It sounds like he has gotten it, though, since then. He's going to need his phone this evening, I believe. But he is here with his mom and dad, Kim and Alan. They flew here from Hawaii. They live there now.
Dude didn't even know the Wi-Fi password.
But they've vacationed there for years. In fact, when Mason was a little guy, about 8 years old, they were dining at a restaurant having burgers, and they saw Pete Carroll, the then head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, sitting at a table near them. So Mason's grandpa grabbed his hand, walked him over to the head coach, and said, "This is my grandson, Mason. He's going to be in the NFL someday." So the Raiders, they're looking for defensive line help, guys. It could be
Oh, so Mason Graham to the Raiders.
Here tonight at the NFL draft if the Raiders go for Mason Graham with their pick.
Janet's 6th overall too right now. There hasn't been any trades. That would not be a shocker at all. So we're talking perhaps he could go to Jacksonville at number 5 overall if they choose not to go with Ashton Jeanty. You've been putting together squads here of draft teams. How about you saving all defensive teams? Now you're back. This is what we expect defense. Let's go.
They're thinking you can only play defense with 11 guys, but you have to match personnel. All right, so you can see the starters up there. But the big thing I want to emphasize is you got to have a DPR at the third down, which is Donovan. I'm going to say his name right. Zawaku. Yeah, Zawaku. And then you got to have a good nickel guy, which I think Jake Barron is a really good nickel, really good star, I call him. It's a Sam linebacker that really is DB playing on the receiver when they put 3 wideouts out there. But this is kind of the team of guys that I think are the best players at every position. And Travis Hunter being a corner, Harrison's the next best corner. The guy that I think is a real sleeper in this draft who got hurt this year is Revel at East Carolina. This guy is a really good player. And it's just too bad that he got hurt or he would be in the top of the draft.
I think in the NFL, they're always looking for who can get to the quarterback, who's a difference maker. I mean, he's maybe not, complete guy, but I'll tell you what, he's going to win one-on-one. Yeah. And you just said his name, Ezra Rock. He's a guy that Ezra Rock.
I don't know, man. I know my Patriots are drafting Will Campbell or whatever. Just think, if the Patriots didn't lose the last game of the season, we would be getting Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter.
You only get 11 at once. He can appreciate you on 8. But you're on his subject too. Next year we'll get an Andrew Pollard and rush too. Yeah. A little bit. Put 3 guys like that in the game plan too for defense, and you're going to be able to create some problems for the offense. And what we're going to do next year is we're going to do some movement. We're going to move them on and off, get down and get to there. That's how we'll do it next year. Next year it cannot come soon enough for the Tennessee Titans. Quarterback, look at all of these people expecting a lot of million over the weekend here in Green Bay. Roughly with Cam Ward.
We have not many to say that the number 1 overall pick in the draft. If that happens, what will the honor be?
I really wouldn't mean anything to me, honestly. Just the attention to, the hard work that I put in, also the team.
Bro, why is he sound so weird?
The potential doesn't mean anything. I'm just trying to get to my franchise, hopefully, let my team get better and try to win the game for those guys.
Your story is amazing.
That sounds so weird.
To where you are right now, how would you describe what this journey's been like? Now be here on the red carpet at the NFL draft.
That's been a hard ride. I have an unbelievable work ethic. I push myself to limitations, and I just think everything happens for a reason. I'm a big believer in that. And I'm excited to be here this morning with my family, my friends, and, I'm just, thrilled to be here, and I'm just ready to get the journey started some more.
You mentioned your family. Your parents haven't missed a single game, and of course, they're right here with you right now. What do they mean to you?
They mean everything to me. They mean the world.
I think it'll be a good pick for the Titans.
That's all, I really need for them, for those two, people to be in the stands watching every game. They also my biggest critics. So they're the first person, to tell me when I'm on the BS, and they're not. So, I'm grateful to have 2 parents like
this. James Pierce go to the 49ers at 11? I doubt it. Dolphins would pick 13.
We're almost certainly going to go number 1 overall. It's time to pick the draft, brought to you by ESPN.
Imagine if the Dolphins gave up on Tua and drafted a quarterback.
Notable quarterback odds to go in the first round. Shador Sanders minus 600. Jackson Dart.
Oh, that's easy. Over 3 quarterbacks in the first.
Plus 220, plus 225. The over-under quarterbacks in the first round, 2.5. I'm going under on that. Yep. Going under. I'm under on that too. Yeah.
Under 2.5? I think they're going over.
Let me ask you this: if it were 1.5, would you go under?
Oh, that's tough.
No, I do the over. I think Dart's going to sneak in there. Well, then you should. So you know Shador. Wow. Okay. We'll see. That'll be one of the storylines. Big one for Green Bay tonight.
You can find the latest player special.
Dolphins are taking a quarterback and giving up on Tua.
Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code DRAFT100 to get started today.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance
Nationwide is
companies too. Just like I'm so much more than quarterback Peyton Manning. I'm also debating Manning.
Debating Manning.
I don't
argue that it's not.
I think it might be.
No, it's not.
Houston.
It's not.
Houston.
It's not.
Houston has a better no takebacks.
You can't do no takebacks.
That's debatable. For your insurance and
It's debatable.
Count me in, dude.
I mean, seriously, who's doing that?
Free phone? Look at this thing. I don't even need a case. That's how fun. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
This week only at Domino's, get unlimited.
Yeah.
50% off when you order online. Choose any size pizza you want, any crust you want, including new Parmesan stuffed crust, and any toppings you want.
Trying to get my cards together here.
This week only at Domino's.
Tom's Game Day is built by the Home Depot. Top doers get more done. iPlatter created 32 interpretations of the logos and special installations all along the player walkway in the NFL draft tonight. It's made entirely of reclaimed wood sourced from discarded furniture.
If anybody wants to join,
Echo and Herbie's great. Nice. See the wall. My wife is my baby. And if I had to pick what a special person would be my younger brother, I want to give him the light and the path to success and make his road a lot easier. Guidance. My wife is my son. I have a 1-year-old son. Here's the reason why I get up and push every day. My wife
is Sam Hartman in this year's draft?
a lot of people that were passionate about playing sports. External factors taking place in our lives that we can't control. And I play for those people. I'll say my high school coach. He passed away. He helped me get back into football. He's the only person that believed in me like I didn't believe in myself. My why would probably be my brothers and sisters. When my father died, I was 2. When my mom died, I was 11. My brothers and sisters helped me. I believe in them. My sisters, they were everything. My little sister had made this bracelet. Wherever I go, I'm always going to do what I can. I'll provide for them and be the best role model that I can. A lot of stories like that we'll share with you tonight on ABC. As the crowd starts to grow, the anticipation building.
I feel like the Colts should probably draft a quarterback.
Over an hour away. The coverage starts on ESPN and ABC. For some final notes and news, keep that momentum set. Guys, well, thanks very much, Reese. We still have not seen our team trade its initial first-round draft pick, but we very well may in quite some time here. We have the Cleveland Browns taking calls. We have the New York Giants at number 3 taking calls. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars making calls about moving all around. The Carolina Panthers at number 8 want to move back. The Seattle Seahawks are open to moving back. The Denver Broncos have explored moving up or back. So even though there have been no trades of first-round picks so far,
Trades are getting interesting.
get one tonight. And one thing to think about here, I just saw somebody that the draft starts at
Getting interesting here with these trade rumors.
coming around the start of the second round. From 5 to 45 in this draft, everyone feels
Who's in the chat?
so look for teams to be strategic. You can really see some big names there tomorrow. You could see Shedeur Sanders, Tyler Shuck, Malachi Starks, Travion Henderson, Luther Burden. Those are guys that were the defining guys in this college season available tomorrow for some value. That'll be a fascinating thing, guys. We have a run on quarterbacks on front tonight, particularly if you compare it to last year. Let's make a few picks. I know Pete just said the draft might start at 33. Some might say it starts at 4 after the first 3 picks. The Patriots selecting 4th got Drake May last year. So who's going to be taking 4th overall?
Will Campbell. We're taking the tackle from LSU.
Drake May. I'm going Will Campbell, LSU. I like your thinking. I'm on member though. Same prediction. When we take over a team, that would never.
I know we ain't taking the second best tackle at number 4.
It's effective. Yeah, but you know the week after, you want somebody fast out there that you can get excited about. The offensive lineman comes in and they do this. That's why we lose. We get fired. If you're the GM, yes. And I sat through a few of these. Yes. They want to pick an offensive lineman because they don't get criticized. Yeah. Because it's the least bust position. We want to get a sports car, something that's fun to watch in that first week of practice. You're with me on that. But I'm taking Will Campbell because I know this kid from recruiting him. He's a great kid. I think he's going to be a plug-and-play player. Can you hear his short arms? Yeah. I never seen the father of the LSU for 3 years. Eagles, Lions, all these teams
they have offensive linemen. The great teams have linemen. Yeah. It's boring. Yeah. But that's your win. We'll give him a free agency. No, all right. On the first one, Will Campbell. I'm with Little Twin. Gotcha. Yeah.
Got packs.
Will Campbell. He's got small hands.
This one comes with an autograph. Chantuck autograph. This year's draft class. And then this one, you get one autograph as well.
I think he's getting past the Steelers. I think he's going to the second round. Yeah. The Cleveland Browns with the first pick in the second round.
Nice. Yeah. There you go. Wow. Well, I think there's 4 teams that need quarterbacks. Yep. Some kind of way, whether it's the Saints, the Steelers, the Browns, or the Giants, are going to manipulate their way to pick one of these quarterbacks. I'm with you, Joey. I mean, you could see him going to Pittsburgh. Yeah. I think that's the big. We're looking for drama. That's the one storyline I think everybody's looking forward to seeing what happens. Yeah, I can see him being an early pick, second round.
I think this draft is full of guys who, when you evaluate, they're going to be two-run singles, doubles, maybe more. So who's most NFL ready right now to get there? Solid guy ready to go. I like guys who've been through adversity. I like guys who've been tested. I also like guys who've been coached by NFL coaches like a Pat Shermer. So I'm going to go with Shedeur Sanders. I think he's NFL ready. I think he's built for this. I really do. Yeah, we'll find out. I like Abdul Carter. I like a guy that you can say, go get the quarterback. Just go out there, do what you do, go get the quarterback. We ain't got to teach you nothing. You ain't got to know a game plan. Yep. You line up on that side and go get the quarterback. I got Abdul Carter.
You know, I just think so much of Will Campbell as a person and as a player and his maturity. Started for 3 years. Yeah. We never ever sacked a quarterback on him. So I just think he's going to be a plug-and-play guy, and I think he's going to be a great pro.
Yeah.
I'm with you at your position. You know, a turnkey, rush the quarterback. I think Jalen Walker, I don't care that he's 6'1", I don't care he's 245. He's tenacious, talking about his personality. Just saw a quote from him. All the intangibles you'd ever want. Jalen Walker, to me, is the guy. Steps in, give me a stud.
You know what? Both those guys from Georgia that we really haven't mentioned tonight, Jalen Walker and Michael Williams, likely to go in the first round. Both could fall into that category. You had to pick an offensive rookie of the year right now.
We like this setup.
But he went to do a Sanders.
There he is. Hey, let's bring him out here. So we're going to put it all on him. His shoulders. Yeah. That's going to be able to. I didn't say it.
I like Tyler Warren. Now, I was kind of stuck. I was thinking Tyler Warren, maybe even Travis Hunter. But again, Tyler Warren's the guy. He's a mismatch problem at tight end. He can do a lot of different things. Somebody's going to move him around. He's going to get a lot of catches in his first season.
I'm taking Ashton Genty only because he was the most productive player at his position to gain that many yards. Second most in history of ball. And if he's that kind of production in the NFL, may translate, may not, he's going to be the rookie of the year. So I'm looking for a guy that's going to go down in the teens, into the 20s. He's going to go to a good team who has a chance to put up big numbers. Emeka Egbuka, to me, could be the offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing. I think Emeka Egbuka is another guy that's kind of overlooked. Nobody in the history of Ohio State football, not even Joey Galloway, caught more passes than Emeka Egbuka.
He's always the other guy.
He's always the other guy. Sam Hurst being my quarterback. How about defensive rookie? This is why I tell a little kid you can't pick. It can't be Shedeur Sanders. How about with Jalen Walker? You mentioned him a few minutes ago. I like Jalen Walker, defensive guy from Georgia. I think he can be defensive player of the year. Yeah, same thing for me. Abdul Carter. Same Abdul Carter. A guy who can just go play, and I know you're thinking.
Rookie of the year, give me Jackson Dart. Defense rookie of the year, give me Abdul Carter.
Yeah, it's going to be a quarterback, a guy that scores touchdowns, or a guy that gets a bunch of sacks, right? And I think Abdul Carter's probably the guy that's going to get a bunch of sacks.
You get Shedeur Sanders, I'm going all in on Jalen Walker. I picked him earlier, and now I'm picking him as my defensive rookie of the year. Where do you think he's going to go?
I don't know.
Carolina, maybe? No, Carolina. That's the best part about a defensive end. It doesn't matter where they go.
Sam Fran.
Sam Fran would be a good one. There might be a lead still there. Yeah.
49ers have a lot of picks tonight. They do. Kyle Shanahan and those boys. Yeah. They look at Jalen Walker. They're not worried about his size. No. They see his twitch. We've got a great scene building here just outside Lambeau Field tonight. The NFL Draft was covered every which way over on ESPN by Greenberg and Dan White for you here on ABC. On this desk, we'll have the story of the guys and their journeys to get to the draft while documenting everything on just a beautiful night in the state of Wisconsin. Nobody's won more NFL championships than the Packers. 13 NFL titles, 4 of them during the Super Bowl era. Cheeseheads waiting on that 23rd pick tonight, but there are fans from
hour till draft time
here to celebrate this big night and the next wave of stars who will make their presence felt on NFL field, and many do in fact not like Dallas very much. That's universal. Why hate on them? Cowboys have been struggling, but tonight might be the night they start to turn it all around. We'll see on ABC at 8 o'clock Eastern time right now. NFL Draft Countdown. ABC. We'll see in an hour. Good evening and welcome to Green Bay, Wisconsin, in the shadow of that legendary building.
Green Bay.
One of the true cathedrals of American sports.
I didn't know the draft is in Green Bay this year. I kind of want to go to the NFL draft one day, just go live. Be fun. I don't know what you have to do to get like a front row seat.
32 young men and their families will come true directly before your eyes just under 1 hour from now. You can see hundreds of thousands of people who gathered here in Green Bay right outside Lambeau Field. The players are inside Lambeau Field on the red carpet as we speak. And among them, the biggest stars of the sport whose names will be called tonight. That's Cam Ward, quarterback Miami. We expect him to be
Number 1 is the Titans.
called tonight. Travis Hunter is here as well tonight, of course. The Heisman winner from Colorado, dominant on offense, dominant on defense, the sort of star we haven't seen in football in decades. Abdul Carter walked in the footsteps of Micah Parsons at Penn State. Now the pass rusher extraordinaire is headed to the NFL. We expect to hear his name called very early tonight. And another dynamic star, Ashton Jeanty, the running back from Boise State. In a league where Saquon Barkley just won the Super Bowl, will Jeanty hear his name called in the top? He has all of the stories you need. Jeanty, set the table for us tonight. Well, Brady, every single team in this draft holds its initial first-round draft pick. There haven't been any trades yet. Yet being the key word, because we are expecting explosive activity tonight, potentially at the top of the draft. The Cleveland Browns have been taking calls about the second overall pick. The Giants have been on the phone about number 3. The Jaguars have explored their up. All moving back. The Carolina Panthers at number 8 are talking about moving back. The Buccaneers want to move back. The Broncos want to move elsewhere back. A lot of activity in the first round cycle.
The Patriots should go up 2 picks, get Abdul Carter, and go from there, bro.
Browns are not expected to take the quarterback at 2. The Giants are not expected to take a quarterback at 3. And then the question might become, what the big folks Steelers, the Steelers, pick number 21 on Colorado quarterback Shador Sanders. It's a question that hangs over what should be an explosive first round tonight. All right, and obviously, Chelsea, you will have all of that for us the moment that it happens. In the meantime, Mel, you have been studying these players going back to September and beyond. Who are the best players on the board as we get underway? My rating, I thought you do a mock draft of where they're going to go with the draft. Well, the guy I had number 1 on my board is late August when the initial pick came out. That is good goal, threat both sides of the ball. Great player, Travis Hunter. Abdul Carter moves. The outside linebacker position is unleashed. He has done a great job, and I'm a believer in Mason Graham, okay? Got imposing physical ability. All he does is produce week after week. And there's the running back. Great on ability, great on velocity. Actually, a complete back to second contact
I don't think Mimbu should go top 10. I feel like I just don't think so.
He's borderline there, but he scored here, going up against great defensive ends, the talent late SEC, and there's Jalen Walker. Guy can play off ball, he can go off the edge, and he was the guy that topped the 1K in every game. He was clearly the best Georgia Bulldogs defensive player. Let's go to the number one guy. He's going to be a corner, he's going to be a wide receiver, he's going to be both. It's two for the price of one. I think at cornerback, when it's a late drive in the first half, a late couple drives at the end of the game, working-minute quarterback. Here he is, dynamic with the ball in his hand. He is a tremendous weapon on offense, a natural playmaker. He brings juice to an offense. He excites the fan base. And on the defensive side, the anticipation, the awareness.
That was a pretty bad throw.
Is the best he's ever seen. Now he brings 4 to 7 years of evaluating players. Nobody has better ball skills than hand-eye coordination than Travis Hunter. All right, so Mel says Travis Hunter is the best player in the class, and Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback in the class. Lewis, what does the NFL see in Cam Ward? Why is he expected to be
Tom Brady? No. Ain't allowed to wear number 12.
It's the accuracy on top of that he has in the playoffs. But the horsepower, he played to over 4,300 yards of passing this year. The accuracy contributed to 39 touchdowns, total 7 interceptions, number 2 in the FBS in total QBR. And then it's the creativity, it's the ability to distribute the football evenly across the football field, making defend every blade of grass, get the ball in the tight windows as you see right here on the skinny post down.
Curious to see where Xavier Restrepo goes.
Get out of the pocket, find some time, throw the ball on platform from whatever arm slot if you want, and then he's just going to give you that confidence, that brash confidence that will lift an entire football team. That's exactly what the Tennessee Titans team as an organization, exactly what he brings. Mario Cristobal told me.
Imagine being these kids that get an autograph of all the top rookies.
Absolutely. And so, Booker McClellan, if you were the general manager of an NFL team and your team needed a quarterback, who would you take tonight?
Brady, I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. We've become so enamored by the wild plays that we don't appreciate the simple plays that Shedeur Sanders makes. He's old school, Brady. He plays the game from the pocket. If you're looking for a quarterback that's accurate, he completed 86 balls from a clean pocket. That means if the offensive line does their job, he will complete the football down the field. You say, what about when he's pressure, Booker? When the pocket is dirty, 60% of his passes he's completing. Most of those are highest in the FCS.
All right, I'm bored. Time to open the pack. Let's do Don Russ. No, let's do Zenith first. Nobody's in, and I'm bored, so I'm gonna rip open a pack. Got Eddie George, Joey Bosa, Bryce Young, Alvin Kamara, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, Ray Lewis, Pop DeMario Douglas, C.V. Lamb, Brian Mitchell, Stephon Diggs, Will Levis, Brendan Rice. Rookie card, Brendan Rice. I pulled this dude so much. Malachi Corley, rookie card. Devin Leary, rookie card. Mari Lassiter, another guy that I pull quite a bit of, and I always pull his red parallel, the no huddle. Wow, that marquee, Jalen Hurts, that's a pretty nice card. We got Jace McClellan, Caleb Williams, the Rook, Jim Harbaugh, Deontay Johnson, Drew Brees, Michael Irvin, TJ Watt, Peyton Manning, Kyler Murray, Brian Urlacher, Aaron Rodgers, Jameer Gibbs, and Brandon Ayuk.
3D virtual tours and online applications. This is good. Yay. Yeah. Apartments.com.
Definitely gonna have to sleeve up those rookies.
But also want whiter teeth. They have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection.
Joe Williams. Pulling so much and I don't even like him.
My sister, she come on this one.
Jason McClellan. Jalen Hurts isn't terrible. That's a pretty cool looking card.
Not really big into committing to things.
I'm about to sell every Kamari Lassiter card because
Remember when my hair was
I just have too many of them.
on Verizon now.
Anybody want Kamari Lassiter cards? I've got you. Just let me know.
Even if I'm already a customer, I was like, duh. I think 3 years
Devin Leary.
You'll be very proud of my decision. Look at me grow. Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
This Mother's Day, luxury.
Malachi Corley.
Of course, you might define it.
Drop
a
the
few
sleeve.
ways. Celebrate mom luxuriously with the perfect gift this Mother's Day.
Hey, I'm Brendan Rice, who we get all the time.
You're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial? Since when? You gotta wait till it's done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You know, Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies, too. Just like I'm so much more than quarterback Peyton Manning, I'm also the Peyton Manning. And honestly, this might be my best sport.
I would argue that it's not.
I think it might be.
No, it's not.
It's two.
It's not.
It's two.
It's not.
It's two types of
Got singles over here if anybody wants to join the live.
Insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
During a free Buffalo Wild Wings game to me. Free boneless wings, free delivery, a sandwich that is free, free burger, and a free dessert. All because I joined rewards for month of free.
Buffalo Wild Wings. About 45 minutes to go.
Someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. Discover an E-Trade season news platform now has the power of Morgan Stanley.
Mom can speak English?
That's interesting.
NFL Draft Countdown is presented by Ego, Power Beyond Belief, and in part by Old Trafford. What's your beat?
We are back in Green Bay for ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft. We're taking ever closer to the first pick, and at that moment, the commissioner of the NFL will put the Tennessee Titans on the clock. We've been waiting since February for those words, and every year the commission is good enough to come and say hello. Roger Goodell, thank you for doing it. Good to be with you, Mike. As always. So I remember last year in Detroit, you made this wonderful entrance with Eminem. Now, a little birdie has whispered in my ear you have something special cooked up for the entrance this year. You want to give us a little bit of a hint of what we should look forward to? We do have a little something cooked up, and it'll be fun. It'll involve another personality, but just stay with us, stay along for the ride. All right, we're about 40 minutes away. That's a tease from the commissioner, and we like it.
Bro has to bring special guests on stage with him because he gets booed so hard.
Yeah. And while this isn't actually the birthplace of football, it sort of feels like it sometimes. What is the significance to the NFL of holding this event here? You know, Mike, I've said it so many times this week. You cannot write the history of the National Football League without the Green Bay Packers. Everything from Lambeau Field to the Super Bowl trophy being named after one of their iconic coaches, Vince Lombardi, or the great players and the great games, the Ice Bowl and so many others. So I think this is an event that we think smaller communities can host because people are going to come from all different areas. And it may be the first time or only time they get to be in Lambeau Field.
Who's in the chat?
And making sure fans get a chance to be in there. So I think this is going to be a special experience for people, not just in this community, but in the community surrounding me. I met people from Australia that saw me in London. They're all over the world, and that to us is that's what it's all about.
Yeah, they were international super fans on the flight that I was coming. They were in New York. Yes, they were coming from all over the world.
45 minutes to go.
The last census in 2020, the population of Green Bay, Wisconsin, is 107,000 people. I have it in my notes. We're expecting 250,000, which is math that I just can't do.
Yeah, it's all those super fans you saw on the flight.
But what does that say about what this event is, that we're going to have 3 times as many people here as live in the actual city?
Well, I do think it's because it will draw people from all over. I think a lot of people don't realize that this is a free event to fans. Anybody can come. It's something that we want to share with the fans. When we first talked about moving it, it was to share it with fans and communities. In the community here of Green Bay, they haven't been able to have an event like this ever. I mean, they've had championship games, and they've been marvelous. They're wonderful. But there are going to be a lot more people who are able to be in Rainbow Field for those events. So I think it's put them on a stage, and I think I hope we make them proud after a few days.
It's going to be a spectacular weekend, there's no question. Okay, let's talk a little football, a few different items. Let's start with the tush push. I heard a lot of talking about it at the owners' meetings and all the rest of that. Where do we stand with regard to that play?
Well, we officially tabled it, but we'll bring it back up at our meeting in about a month. And I think the thought process that we're all going through here is we had a rule in the league for a long period of time, up until 2006, that was you couldn't push a ball player anywhere. Is that part of football? Is that a football play? Or is it also a play that brings some danger to our safety concerns for our players? So I think we'll go through the discussion again, both with the competition committee and ownership, and it'll likely be voted on that.
Do you have a strong sense of which direction it might go?
No, I think, listen, there's strong views about is this a football play, there's strong views about the safety of it, there's strong views about, listen, a couple of teams do it well, so what? That's a good thing, right? It brings innovation to the game. I think they're all valid views. The great thing about the NFL is we work on a vote system of 24 or 32. We consider all those things. We have great data on this. And I think from that standpoint, I think we'll end up making the right decision.
18 games is a topic I've heard you talking a little bit about. Walk us through that. What is the process to get to that? It feels like something that eventually we will see again. But what is the process to get here to that?
Well, Mike, I think the first thing is continue to do safety. It's safe for our players. And we made a lot of changes both in the off season where we train our players, taking contacts out, much different, taking different drills out, and the way they practice. There's no such double sessions anymore. And even in the regular season, you don't pad up in the regular season anymore. And so we've really tried to make our game safe. We've been working with the Players Association in a very constructive way. And, we'll continue to do that. From a fan standpoint, would they rather see another regular season game versus a preseason game? I think that's overwhelmingly yes. It's something we'll have to work with the Players Association and see, do you agree? And can we make the right changes to continue to make it safe for our players?
Another one we talked about it, you and I, last year at this time when he was coming into the league, and that is the new kickoff rule.
Yeah.
1 year of data, how do we feel it went?
Really well. What we did was our concern was the safety of the play and the injury rate. We were able to bring the injury rate down where it's very consistent with the line of scrimmage play, which is a significant reduction. And we've seen injuries go down on that play as well as others, and particularly concussions. We've never had concussions as low as they are on record. So that's a really positive step for us. I think what we've done now is...
Didn't Tua have like 4 concussions last year?
Out to 35. Analytics will tell you probably want to kick it and try to see if you can hold it. And I think we'll see a heck of a lot more returns, which is an exciting play for our fans and our partners. So we want to bring the kickoff back. We think we will. We'll probably be somewhere, we hope, around the 60% return rate.
Okay. And then one more, which is a topic I've been talking about on talk shows for years. The Detroit Lions had a proposal about changing the playoff system, the seeding system, if you will, giving greater significance as far as home field advantage and whatnot to teams based upon their record and less on the divisions. It's an interesting debate. I sort of see both sides of it. Where do you see that going, or where do you stand on it?
Well, it is an interesting debate. The issue when you come into a season is the first priority is to win your division. But with that comes also, you're automatically in the playoffs, but it also, in the past, has come with a home game. The question to me is, the change by Detroit might be a little too big a step to say out of the box. The thinking that we had and we discussed in March was, would you be able to limit that if you don't win your division with a 500 or better record? Then maybe you shouldn't get the home game. And so that's something that we're debating. Just to keep, we want to have excellence everywhere we're going. And this might be a step that might be in the right direction.
Oh, I can think of a talk show host who has suggested that a time or two. I don't want to suggest I think it's a great idea, but I think it was my idea.
Well, then you should put your name on it. I was giving you credit.
I hope you will. Named after me. In fact, most of them not so popular. To get much more serious for a moment, yesterday we lost a real football legend. I covered Steve McMichael in the early 90s with the Chicago Bears. I think that everyone was thrilled that he at least got to see last August as he was enshrined into Canton. What would you like to say about Steve McMichael today?
Well, we all know about his playing career, but to me, it was first and foremost about who he was as a man and his character. He was a lot of fun. He represented so much of the 85 Bears. He was a Philip, but he was an extraordinary family man, extraordinary guy. I enjoyed every moment I was with him, and I'm really sorry for his family because we're all going to miss him, and I know they are the most. But he also he left his mark on football in general, not just the Bears and football. And I'm with you. I'm just glad he got to be in the Hall of Fame while he's alive and see that. I know it was an important moment for him, and it should be.
He was the biggest personality on a team filled with him, in any room filled with him.
You're right.
The biggest personality.
You're right.
He was. Well, one final thought for you here. I was trying to think on my way here about what it is that makes this event so special. And of course, the analysis is an important part of it. The fortune of every team in the league hangs in the balance. But the reality is, at the same time, tonight, we're going to see the wildest dreams of 32 young men and their families come true directly before our eyes. What is your message to those young men as they join the NFL family?
Well, Mike, as you know, we meet with the players. We met with them this morning with a few veterans that gave their perspective on the transition into the game, and also thinking about you should start thinking of your transition out of the game. And that's a hard message to give to a young man who's about to start his dream. But the message is really use this platform, and it's a great privilege, but it's also a great opportunity for them. And so when they hit that stage, some of them have been dreaming about this and watching this for years, and they're now realizing that they become an NFL player. And even this morning, I don't think they realized the magnitude of that. They were excited. They're wonderful young men. I couldn't be happier about the group that's coming in. But when they hit that stage, and for me to be a part of that, it's the most significant thing ever. And we can't wait. This is not just a great class of players. It's a great class of young men.
Roger, it's a pleasure to see you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mike.
So much for coming in.
Always good to see you. Thank you.
That's the Commissioner, Roger Goodell. We always appreciate him stopping by. As he gets set tonight, we not only remember Steve McMichael, but all of us at ESPN are working with heavy hearts tonight as well, as we remember our longtime colleague and ESPN icon, broadcaster Mike Patrick, whom we lost on Sunday at the age of 80. He was 36 years as a play-by-play commentator for us at ESPN, called the network's first ever regular season NFL game, was a play-by-play voice of Sunday Night Football for 18 years. He also worked with us on college football and basketball and the women's Final Four and so many more. We are thinking tonight of Mike's family and his many friends throughout the English sports. We'll be right back in Green Bay.
Accountant 2 is undeniably awesome.
He's a little harder than I thought.
Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry. I think so too. In every way.
I just want to kill all these people.
You can kill all those people.
That's all it is, really.
No.
Accountant
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game stays away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Ranger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always get the day. And her team will do the same. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. I wonder if this golf has hands-free driving. It didn't, but my sketch is looking completely useful. I just step in.
Grandma heard it from my family. Mom heard it. USA is the most for those concerned. They can be shared with their spouses, their kids, and their kids for generations to come. Start your family's legacy. USAA. See if you can become a member today.
Yeah, the NBA playoffs are here, and it's about to be ridiculous. This isn't about who's next. This is about who's next. The NBA playoffs, Friday on ESPN. Next generation of streaming is here. Introducing the new Sumo Stream Box from Spectrum. Now you can watch your favorites, including live TV, on-demand movies and shows, and the most popular apps all in one place. Find what you want faster and easier than ever with our advanced search feature. Spectrum is using it Sumo. It's stream simplified. Learn more at spectrum.net/streamsumo today.
There's a place to share gossip about the office party fun, and a place to share the stories you tell everyone. There's a place to share a laugh about when things went wrong, and a place to share the video of you dancing to your song. There's a place to share spirit change, lunch, and your time. But we could all be better at sharing how we're feeling inside. 76% of employees have struggled with at least one issue that affected their mental health. When you share, you're not alone.
Back in Green Bay, these guys are having fun on his way towards the green room. That's Travis Hunter, who we expected to draft very early on. The Heisman winner from Colorado just jumped on stage with the band. Why not? Because I tell you what, you can play offense, you can play defense, you can probably do dancing with the stars. They wanted to as well. Meanwhile, Adam Schefter and Peter Schrader, the newest member of our broadcast team, standing right with us. Final second one. It's always about trades and quarterbacks. And earlier in the week, you reported that the Browns and Giants at number 2 and 3 were taking calls. Peter, where are we at with the Browns at 2 and the Giants at 3? Well, my team said is that neither one of those teams are taking a quarterback at 2 or 3. How it's not plays out, and if it plays out in the back half of the first round tonight, Greedy.
All right, guys, that's been one of the big storylines leading up through this entire draft process. And Peter, welcome to our team. In the meantime, our coverage will be on ESPN tonight. We also have coverage of the draft on ABC. The College Game Day crew will be there, focusing primarily on the player's journey to this night. Always so unique in so many different ways. And Reese Davis leads our coverage. They join us for a few moments now. Take it away, Reese.
Brady, thank you very much. As you guys have discussed, this is going to be a much different draft than last year. We had 6 of the top 12 picks being quarterbacks. And one's going to be a quarterback with Cam Ward going to the Titans. But then one of the storylines will be Shedeur Sanders. How do you break these guys down?
Well, I think the big question is going to be, as you say, I guess the most interesting aspect is going to be Shedeur Sanders. I break it down starting with Cam Ward's strengths, and the reason he's going to go number 1 overall, I think, is because of what he can do, not only processing, which obviously NFL, but the playmaking and the arm strength. This is what you got to do in the NFL. You miss a block on the blind side, play's not over. Watch him turn his shoulders, make a great throw to the back of the end zone, vision downfield. So you can see why the Titans love that. And to me, with Shedeur Sanders, when he plays on time, his toughness and accuracy are really, really the things. Where he goes, obviously, is going to be a mystery. We'll see if he goes tonight. We do know that, again, as Reese just said, Cam Ward's going to get an opportunity early. head to Nashville, I'm sure, later tonight and get introduced to the media and the fans because he will be that number one pick. You know, and in that franchise, too, jersey number 1 retired. It belongs to Warren Moon from when he was with the Oilers. See if he gets to keep the uniform number that he wore at Miami. Behind him, Travis Hunter is probably the best player in this draft. He's certainly a guy unlike any you've seen. Yeah, very unique college football player, Travis Hunter. You look at how many snaps this young man took on offense and on defense. You're talking about
Less than 30 minutes to go for the draft.
7 points on defense. What really blew my mind when I looked at this graphic was the 23 snaps on special teams. Normally, when a guy's playing that much offense and that much defense, you're looking to give him a break somewhere during the game, and that would be during special teams. I think it speaks volumes to not only the player he is, but the person he is.
Getting excited here.
Team player. He's one of those rare guys. You know, he says, I'll do anything to help my team win. He means it. And I believe, guys, he said that if he can't play both ways, he does not want to play. I'm a guy. If I'm a coach, I'm going to give him that opportunity. I think he's earned it.
When the Browns take him, if in fact they do, you're going to have to tell him where you got that suit. Very well. Pass rusher. The Giants will stay on brand. We assume that's what all the mocks say with Abdul Carter. What do you think of Abdul Carter in Penn State?
Well, I think Abdul Carter's a great player. He's a great competitor.
I thought the Browns wanted a Bill Carter.
About him was he got hurt in the playoff game. Went in the locker room. Everybody thought he was going to check out on his team. What did the guy do? Come back and play like crazy in the game. He's a dog. He's relentless in the way he can rush. This guy's a speed rusher. He can turn speed to power. He underarms, long arms, and he plays the run decently well. So this guy's a really, really good player.
250 pounds, runs at 4.48 or whatever. I mean, it's
insane. Yes, latest guy to wear that story number 11 at Penn State, and now we'll see where he goes in the draft. We'll see you on ABC tonight, Peter. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And we're getting closer and closer. You're going to meet the players who are here tonight. Coming up in just a few moments as we count it down to the NFL Draft on ESPN.
You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
Oh, wow. You know, if you want to check 2 bags for free, you should probably have the United Quest card.
Good call.
Thanks, pal. And if you want to earn Economy Plus upgrades, can I get a seltzer to go with this extra legroom? Hold the bubbles. Wanna? Yeah. And if you want to earn triple miles on United flights, like the one they took to get here, you should probably have a United Quest card.
Who is he talking to?
You. And you. And you. And you. And you. Excuse me, are you shopping online while standing in line?
Yeah.
Me too. I just bought a croquet set using PayPal.
Cool.
And PayPal lets me choose how I pay.
Oh, no, you're not going to sing again, are you?
Craftsman. What you build you.
Working. Cream on the left, one more episode. Cream on the right, we crushed the whole series. Yes! Huh. Oh, that was really good. Oreo, stay playful.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is it? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burrito.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, get more with Geico. Happy birthday, Nugget. Here's a cake and some friends. We actually celebrate you now. And how much you love snacks. Every time. In the home she gave Elsie.
The dumbest commercial I've ever seen.
Did you know your brother's linked to a string of high-profile art thefts? Didn't it ultimately never do? No! Looking for the Phantom of Youth. Oh, hey.
Who's in the chat?
There's a power in there. That's the on that you will comprehension. It was something. Oh,
not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds? Well, when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years for both phone and internet, even if I'm already a customer, I was like, duh. I think 3 years in the future, people will be very proud of my decision. Look at me grow. Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
We are a tech family, hands down. Spectrum makes it where all of our devices connect, which allows us to connect.
I mostly play video games and live stream, which wouldn't be possible without Spectrum. Spectrum helps me to do everything I love to do.
Having fast internet and reliable internet has really helped us develop a closer connection and a closer bond.
Upgrade to faster speeds for stronger connections with Spectrum Internet Gig.
Welcome back to NFL Draft Countdown presented by Ego as we continue to count it down here in Green Bay in the shadows of Lambeau Field, where we are now just around 20 minutes away from the commissioner putting the Tennessee Titans on the clock and the first pick being announced. But right now, let's get these festivities started by turning it over to our in-house announcer tonight, Alan Rush.
To perform the hymn, lift every voice and sing. Please welcome Milwaukee-based choir members from the James Weldon Johnson Foundation
Caleb Williams.
National Hymn Choir, directed by Ben Bedrowski.
Oh, we got some singing going on. Mm. Oh, yeah. It's a jam. Beautiful singing. Bro, I'm ready. How much time we got? Okay, here we go. Cam Ward going to the Titans. Who? Bro, walks a little weird. I've heard he's supposed to be pretty good. Top 15, I think. Bro, that's who the Patriots are drafting. Why does he look... Bro, looks like a candy cane. That's who I wish we would get. Oh, he's got the gold drip right there. That's a basic gray suit. Okay. Oh, I like the blue with the pants. Nice. Into what is he wearing? First Jackson Dart. Top prospects, and they put Jalen Milroe as a top prospect. I don't know about that.
From the nation's capital, tonight's colors will be presented by the Military District of Washington's Joint Armed Forces Color Guard. To honor America with the performance of our national anthem, please welcome Seymour, Indiana native and Big Loud recording artist Stephen Wilson Jr.
It was a very interesting way to sing the national anthem. I'm not saying he did a bad job, but just a very interesting way to do it. There's the helicopters. Appreciate the service of everyone who is in the military and supports America. Thank you.
The spectacular moment, what a spectacular open, and we are now less than 15 minutes away from the tradition of putting the Tennessee Titans on the clock in the 2025 National Football League draft getting underway as the coverage begins on again.
12 minutes to go. Time to open another pack. Donruss football. Opened quite a bit of Donruss football.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection.
Viper is extremely hard to open.
You know,
Harrison Butker on the front.
that's why when you find stability, you got to
JJ.
hold on to it. Like how Verizon just lets you
Terrell
lock in
Owens.
for 3 years. Even if you're already accustomed.
TJ Watt.
That's not just for me. And they give you a free phone on any plan. Who's doing that?
Trent Williams, Barry Sanders, Christian Gonzalez, DK Metcalf, Anthony Richardson, Bobby Okereke, Quinnen Williams, Greg Zerline, Geno Smith, Young Ho Koo, Lamar Jackson. All right.
I'm also debating that. And honestly,
Blue Press Proof Sam Darnold. Blue Press Proof Tyler Algier. Blue Press Proof Tony Pollard. Elias Smith, Blue Press Proof Jared Goff Bomb Squad.
That's debatable.
Jaheim Bell, rated rookie. Jared Verse, rated rookie. Will Shipley. And then we got Higbee, Wilkins, Archie Manning, Jerome Bettis, Baker Mayfield, Tyjae Spears, and Shaq Thompson.
Hey, you know you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done.
Oh, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Product range from product not yet rated to level. Hello?
JD, it's Coach DQ with the Commanders. You ready for this?
Been ready, coach.
Man, I already know. You've been building for this
Your whole life. You sit with that and that how important this is. Does anyone don't make it this far? Anyone don't make it to the top. Thankfully, I'm not just talking to anyone. No, sir.
Welcome home.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call. You can't go wrong. It's a big call, Christian. Biggest call of the night. Wood or tile finish? Which one you gonna do? This could make or break the whole kitchen. Call a timeout, Christian. London Sky. You sure? You sure? Get the man some London Sky and a decisive win with the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered. To be the best, you have to train the best. But maybe I overdid it.
Dragons? In Cleveland.
Guys, cut it out.
Donovan, you're on fire. Thanks, Jeff. Oh, no, you're actually on fire.
It's like, no, you're actually on fire.
My bad.
Welcome back to Green Bay. Or coming up at the top of the hour, it's the 2025
Crazy how earlier when I did my test run video, I had 9 people join, and now nobody's joining.
This legendary stadium. Been playing football in that building for 69 seasons, the longest continuously used stadium.
7 minutes to go.
At number three in the first round, the New York Giants are in the sweet spot of this draft. What will they do? Will they draft a quarterback like Shedeur Sanders of Colorado? No team has done more work on Shedeur Sanders than the Giants. All the scouting, all the interviews, the last-minute workout. Do they pass on Sanders and take perhaps a blue-chip prospect like Abdul Carter of Penn State? And if they don't take Sanders at 3, are they willing to jump back into the bottom of the first round to take a quarterback? The target would be Jackson Dart.
In conversations
That'd be a
with
good
top
pick for him.
Patriots officials, they are determined to come out of this draft with more support for quarterback Drake May. At times over the last
But they're not going to draft a true wide receiver 1.
what the Giants are going to do right before them, so they are leaving themselves open to the possibility of a surprise. But the foundation of their plan is to build a stronger foundation around May, with left tackle a top priority.
That don't make sense to me. There's no point in having an offensive line if you don't have anybody to throw the ball to.
Number 9 pick. Instead, watch for the Saints to begin building a fresh defensive front that will fit new coordinator Brandon Staley's 3-4 scheme and select the best interior lineman or edge player available. As for quarterback, they've got capital to maneuver if they want to add a late first-round pick or move up in the second round. The quarterbacks I'm hearing they're most interested in, Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck. Greeny?
Lindsay, thank you. I'm hearing the name Jackson Dart a lot from a lot of those reporters.
Go Jackson Dart.
Tonight, if at all, we wind up hearing his name. In the meantime, you saw some of the players who will be here. They are in the green room, and that's where our Molly McGrath is standing by. She'll have our interviews with the players all night long. Good evening, Molly.
Good evening, Greeny. That's right. There are 15 draft prospects in this green room, all hoping to hear their names in this first round here tonight. And once they receive that life-changing phone call,
The green room's a little weird.
players will walk
It's like each player has like a separate living room.
Commissioner Roger Goodell. Now, they'll walk into this hallway as college prospects. And then about 45 seconds later, they're going to walk out onto that stage as professional football players. And Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty teared up when I asked him about this moment. And he said, this will be a heartwarming walk for me because my journey to this point was not straight. You know, growing up as a military kid, under-recruited, living overseas, but accomplishing my goals anyway. Penn State
What's up, Corey?
Abdul Carter said that this
What
was
we got?
a really emotional day for his family. His father, Christopher, trained him his entire childhood, having him run around.
We pretty much know the first 4 picks.
In their living room at just 8 years old, all for this moment. And how about the projected first overall pick, Cam Ward, who told me he's thought about this walk, this moment, his entire life. But
Pretty much know the first 4 picks being
in front of this mirror,
Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Will Campbell. After that, after the first 4, it's a surprise who we'll get.
Right off of this stage are 32 team hats of all different sizes. They took the players' measurements just yesterday, and every player I spoke with told me they're most excited for 2 things: to get their hat and for that trademark Roger Goodell hug right here on this lawn in front of over 250,000 fans as the NFL history for the next generation starts now in the shadow of historic Lambeau Field.
Green Bay.
For more than 100 years, your city has been essential to the NFL's journey. We thank you for everything. Green Bay, wow, what a day. For the moments. The legends.
Draft time.
You can see this place has filled up in the shadow of Lambeau Field. We have an estimated 250,000 people who have come here tonight to watch all 32 National Football League teams have their shapes completely remade and to keep them at the selection in tonight's draft. At least as of now, we are expecting a great many drafts. Football League draft is just about underway as the commissioner will put the Tennessee Titans on the clock in just a matter of moments. That's Lambeau Field. The green room is packed with players who just heard Bobby McGrath introducing me to several of those who are here. Cam Ward expecting to hear his name first tonight. Began his journey at the incarnate word, and tonight expected to be the first pick in the National Football League draft.
Travis Hunter is not going first overall. That'd be wild, but he's not going first overall. Not at all.
On defense, the sort of prospect the National Football League has not seen in decades. Can he become the new superstar? Of course, his teammate Shedeur Sanders is not here tonight.
About knocking the camera over.
His name will be called. He's been the most talked about player leading up through this entire draft process. The quarterback at Colorado, will he hear his name called tonight at all? It certainly will be one of the storylines as he and his legendary father won round one of the NFL draft tonight from Texas. And we bring you inside this draft here. We are absolutely thrilled once again to bring you this magnificent event. It is our privilege to welcome you to Green Bay. Not quite frozen tundra tonight, although there's at least feels like football weather here in Green Bay, as it usually does. That's us on that stage. Right outside, everybody, welcome to Green Bay, and we are thrilled to have you with us. On my Green Bay, that's Louis Riddick, that's Herbert McFarland, that's the man who invented the draft, Mel Kiper Jr., Adam Schefter is out with us as well tonight. You'll hear from him momentarily. And now, let's start with you.
We got some rookie cards here.
The first draft podcast, going all the way back to September. So many questions. What is the one you were most looking forward to hearing the answer to in the next few
Jaheim Bell for the Patriots. Remember him? Jared Verse, Caleb Williams. I've got so many Caleb Williams rookie cards, and I'm ready to get rid of all of them. I've got one on eBay right now that's got like a $22 bid on it.
Perfect fit. Perfect fit is the New Orleans Saints at pick number 9. Because it's step 2 and 3, you get the best players in the draft. Which Travis Hunter, Cleveland, maybe Abdul Carter, Shaq. But at 9, the best player on the board, quarterback they need, division with the number 1 pick overall price, number 1 pick overall favor, Michael Penix Jr. In the dome should always be ideal. Perfect for the New Orleans Saints. So many edge rushers. After Abdul Carter, who's going to be the next edge rusher off the board? I think the edge rushers dominate the draft tonight. As he emerges from the conversation surrounding big play running backs, that's compared to he's personified big play running backs. With Saquon Barkley, he's got the conversation around running backs. So again, where does Jackson go tonight? Maybe in the top 5. There's been a lot of speculation about that. Well, there is a unique tradition of riding bicycles in the city of Green Bay. Kids used to bring their bikes over and allow the players to ride them to training camp. That tradition that goes back about a half a century in Green Bay. And a little birdie whispered in my ear, you may see that tradition reenacted tonight as the commissioner makes his way to the scene to see some bicycles out here in the crowd. As the commissioner gets set to come out and welcome everyone here to the draft. And there he is.
Commissioner riding in on the bike.
Unlike any other, but they borrowed the phrase from our friends at CBS. Roger Goodell riding his bicycle out onto the stage to the usual chorus of enthusiastic booing from all of the fans. And there are so many others as you keep bringing out some of the capital legends. And we can recognize that corner in the back there. Back in Super Fair, Wayne is here on the bike.
Brother. He's got Lil Wayne coming in at the draft.
Roger Goodell will open the proceedings for our team.
Yeah, riding in on a bike because there's Clay Matthews. riding in on a bike because I guess they're in Green Bay. Gotta love the booze. I don't think any other commissioner gets as much hate as Roger Goodell does.
People said that Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000.
Bro's still getting booed.
Over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
Boo.
Over the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL team, and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews,
Clay Matthews.
Jordy Nelson,
Dang, Jordy Nelson got old.
Crosby, Amon Green, James Jones, and Packer superfan Lil Wayne.
Wild. Lil Wayne.
I'm going to go off script here with Roger, but I just got off the phone with the president, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck.
Oh. That was funny.
Okay, Green Bay. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready? The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open.
He said the Bears still suck. He said the Bears still suck.
And so those are the words you've been waiting since February to hear.
Corey, this box has an autograph in it.
Some of the options that they have. Certainly the overwhelming expectation is that they will take Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami. But
From 2022, though, so it's got guys like C.J. Stroud, and all the players. J.J. McCarthy's in there, I think. Chances at. I will pull, when we open it, I will probably pull the autograph of like a offensive tackle. This is this year's. It's not guaranteed an autograph, but you're getting players from this year's draft class. And then this is 2022, so you can get one autograph in there as well.
The Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and New Orleans Saints all inquired about the availability of Cam Ward to the Titans. All were denied, despite the fact that the New York Giants offered their first-round pick this and next year, along with other picks. The Titans were sold on Cam Ward's workout. Their new general manager, Mike Porngazi, came from the Chiefs, where he worked with Patrick Mahomes.
astonishing Cam Ward's
The Giants offered a first round this year and next year for the first overall pick. That's crazy. And they just traded for Joe Milton, too. Speaking of, I've got
under Titans head coach Brian Callahan joining Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, Joe
I got one of his patches over here.
Right there, Brady. All right, Chelsea, thank you very much. So, Mel Kiper Jr., you and I have been talking about this on our podcast, the first podcast going back to September. Shador Sanders was your number one quarterback on the board then. He has remained that way throughout. Do you believe the Titans are making the right call tonight, taking Cam Ward number one?
There's Joe Milton,
Your talent is undeniable. I understand that.
the Giant player.
He can do things that Shador can't do, but
Jackson Dart, hope he gets drafted.
exact same thing I said about
Jackson Dart again.
sixth-round pick after Giovanni Carmine.
Aiden Hutchinson auto. Another Jackson Dart. Elite Neighbors. Says Johnson, numbered to 50. Numbered to 150. Quinshon Judkins. DJ Ukulele. Luther Burden. Omarion Hampton. Dylan Gabriel. Look at these. Emmett Smith and Jerry Rice. Those are full cards. Yeah, Milton, my buddy sold that to me. He had pulled from a box and sold it to me. I just wish he, went to a team other than the Giants. So I don't know if he'll get a real chance with the Giants. Who else is in the chat? We got 2 people in the chat now. Well, 2 people watching now. You're one of them. I don't know who the other dude is, though. You think the Browns and Jaguars are trading? The Jags want I guess they would want Travis Hunter. For all y'all that have never seen me. I don't know if I think that that trade will go down. I think the first 4 picks are gonna be the same. I think Cam Ward Titans, Travis Hunter to the Browns, Bill Carter to the Giants, and then the Patriots get Will Campbell. After that, I think it's pretty much anybody after that. Do we pursue Cam Ward in card collecting, Corey? I need to get my notepad out of who I want to pursue in card collecting. Come on.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select
Cam Ward. We knew it. Oh, breaking news. The Browns made the trade. Wow. So the Jags go up to 2. You were right.
A second-round pick, number 46. A fourth-round pick, number 120.
That's crazy.
The first-round pick of the Jaguars in 2026. The Jaguars in turn get the number 2 pick, a fourth-round pick, and a sixth-round pick. The Jaguars are on the clock. The youngest general manager in the NFL.
Wow. They did. That is crazy.
Jacksonville is taking a huge swing at the second pick.
That's huge. Travis Hunter is going to be a Jaguar. Now I have to collect his cards.
We did not know we would have a trade.
That's wild.
Jacksonville giving up a lot to move up here. Is Travis Hunter, if indeed that is the player, is he worth all that they are apparently are giving in return? Think about Jacksonville right now. Liam Cohen, right? Head coach, he wants offense. Look what help out Trevor Lawrence, right? What can Travis Hunter do? He can bring you juice.
Welcome to Duval.
They need help at corner. That's a need area for the Jaguars. He can be strategically worked in at quarterback late in the first half, late in games. He stays in the fourth quarter.
He said, Travis Hunter's going to get up there and it said, Duval.
Travis Hunter is, in my opinion, the best player in this.
How are you told about it, brother? Who you got breaking the news to you? I've got it live and somebody's breaking the news to you.
On the other side of the ball, he's going to be offense with Trevor, and then on defense.
Oh man, I bet my buddy Peaches is.
He has not had the benefit in college up until this 40, 75, 25, something like that. In terms of breaking it up. Look, Deion did tell me, Deion Sanders, when I went out to Colorado, that he was starting on the offensive side of the ball. When they break out of their initial first team lead, whatever team he goes to, he needs to learn the nuances to see the right side of the football. He thinks he can step on the field immediately and contribute on defense. You'd be hard pressed to find anybody up here to say anything different. So look, Melnick put it perfect. You're getting 2 for 1 with this guy. You're getting 2 players in one. Absolutely, you move.
Cleveland's got to be getting Ashton Genty now, right?
Exactly what it is that the Jaguars have given up here. It is a significant trade.
Well, let's go over this trade again. Jaguars get a second round this year, fourth round this year, and sixth round this year. Browns get the fifth, a second and fourth this year, and a first next year. I mean, that's a pretty good overall deal for them. My buddy Peaches is a Browns fan and a Florida Gator football fan, so that's crazy. A second and fourth this year is what the Browns get. A first next year. I bet they did the second to draft their quarterback. So the Browns will probably draft Genty at 5.
And it changes the shape of this draft and Cleveland's approach to quarterback because the Browns now have 2 second-round picks at the top of this draft, and they also have 2 ones next year in what's expected to be a more quarterback-rich draft. So they can opt for quarterback.
Make sure you like the video.
Or opt for 2026, but they have options. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, he said, have what they believe will be the best player in the draft.
You don't think the Cavs draft you don't think the Browns draft Ashton Junkie? I mean, they don't have Nick Chubb anymore.
So there's Travis Hunter there waiting the call that we
Brother's like, I did not want to go to the Jaguars.
Porter, your thoughts on Travis Hunter now would appear headed to Jacksonville after all this time we assumed he'd be going to Cleveland.
That's wild.
I love it. I think he's the best.
See, this is what I love about sports. I like the not knowing what's going to happen.
Maximize this, though. If you're Jacksonville, you're going to take Travis Hunter. You have to maximize him on offense, and this is about helping Trevor Lawrence, who's underachieved so far.
So they have to be drafting him to be a receiver, right?
This is the ultimate weapon, the best wide receiver in the draft, maybe the best quarterback also. Man, the only thing I'll say is, look, defensively, they were hard on defense. Yards giving up yards for play, explosive plays. Look, if ever an organization needed a two-way player that fit perfectly
Jacksonville.
This is the young man. This is the new National Football League. This is a league where we did not used to see this sort of wheeling and dealing. This is becoming much more commonplace. Young general managers in place, as was pointed out by Adam Schefter moments ago, and one of the youngest and the newest in the NFL making a dramatic move here. The pick is in. The Jaguars, they expected to make it here any moment here. We'll hear from Roger Goodell on what direction it is they've chosen to go. Huge trade being made immediately, and the commissioner making his way to announce the trade to this crowd and the second pick in this year's draft. While we are here tonight to celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL, I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Corey, can you like understand me well? Because I got this mic that I've been using.
First off,
Been using this thing. Duval.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and Nationwide.
Nationwide is on
I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. Remember, Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you.
Now it's pick.
We have a trade.
Yeah, we do.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
There we go.
Wide receiver, defensive back from Colorado. They get two for the price of one.
Well, I wouldn't say they got two for the price of one. I think they got two for the price of a lot of picks. That's going to be a good pickup for them, I think, offensively and defensively. Because, I mean, Trevor Lawrence isn't a terrible quarterback. He just needs somebody that he can throw the ball to. They also need somebody on the defensive end. I don't think he was the best at either position last year. But, you know, nonetheless. He does. He plays both ways, and they need a guy that can. They need a lot of help. So I think that's a good little pickup for them. now Abdul Carter. Or my Patriots could trade up to 3 and draft Abdul Carter because that's who I want.
Fortunate enough to play in an era where a lot of them really made their name. But this guy right here.
We got 4 people in the stream now. Thanks for joining, guys. Feel free to get in the chat, talk to us. Travis Hunter just got drafted by the Jaguars after trading up second with the Browns. Browns got another second-round pick and a first-rounder next year. So they got 2 top second-round picks this year and another first next year. I fully would expect the Giants to draft Abdul Carter here. And then I think New England will draft Will Campbell at 4. I think Junkie goes at 5 to Cleveland. Or does someone try to jump Cleveland and trade at 4 with the Patriots and get Junkie at 4? Who's got the 6th pick? Does the Raiders have the 6th? Do the Raiders trade with New England? Raiders trade with New England at 4. Raiders draft Junkie. Cleveland doesn't draft the tackle, and then we get the tackle at 6. Oh, my cutting out. Is my audio not working? I'm using this mic, so I don't know. Let me know if the audio is not working. Test.
What's your reaction to how all of that unfolded?
I mean, they had talked to me since the combine, so I'm super excited to be able to go back home and be able to play for an organization that thought I was worthy of playing up and get it.
What kind of conversations did you have with the Jag staff about where they see you playing for them?
I mean, they told me they were going to let me go out there and do what I do, so they took me on phone with no coordinator, so I'm going to go out there and do what I can do.
Travis Hunter, a history maker, the first player in the draft era to be announced at both positions, receiver.
Giants pick is in.
Thank you. You mentioned that he's going home. His hometown in Georgia is about 374 miles from Jacksonville. We talked about the history that he is making. Well, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field, the legendary Green Bay Packers. Don Hutson is the only player in NFL history to catch 400 passes and make at least 10 interceptions. He did all of that without wearing shoulder pads, by the way. Will Travis Hunter be the first ever to do it with shoulder pads?
Am I still cutting out?
To play consistency on both sides of the ball was his coach, Deion Sanders. Prime time, 1996 with the Cowboys. He made 8 starts on both offense and on defense. Obviously, one of the great players of all time. We'll see if his protege is able to follow in his footsteps. So, fireworks early here tonight. Jacksonville making the trade. Moving up to number 2. I'm told the pick is in now at number 3. So the New York Giants, we've been waiting all season long to see what direction this team would go. For so long, we expected to go in the direction of quarterback. And then that conversation seemed to have ceased. Perhaps they'll talk to the quarterback later in the night.
Am I still cutting out?
Now, looking for results quickly here after a very disappointing season. The commissioner is making his way to the stage after Cam Ford went number 1 and Travis Hunter went number 2. It's time to find out who's going number 3. With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter. Had the Patriots not lost the last game of the season, they could have had Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. But now we're stuck with an offense tackle who we're not going to even use because we're not going to need him. You want to know why we're not going to need him? Because we're not going to have anybody to throw the ball to. We have nobody to throw the ball to.
17 tackles for loss and 11 sacks over a 2-year period. They unleashed him off the edge this past year. He goes to 24 tackles for loss, but that's more than over a 2-year period. 24
They always, I mean, that's who they've been projected to take since the day one. And it's like, I get we need offense tackle to protect Drake May, but that don't help us. At number 4, we need to be drafting someone that's going to make a difference on the team. An offense tackle ain't going to make a difference on the team if we don't have anybody to throw the ball to. Our number 1 receiver is Stephon Diggs, who disappears most games and then gets hurt halfway through the season. Can you hear me? Well, the Giants got their they got their Micah Parsons.
His first step is the best that I've seen in a long time. Yeah, like Bob Miller says it all the time, right? But you know that she plays some of the best pass rushers of all time down there in Tampa with goddamn Simeon Rice. This guy can get off the rock. And here's the thing that impresses me the most about it.
I have a Will Campbell numbered card. So
for 60 minutes, this dude is hunting the quarterback. He asked the Penn State coaches prior to the 24th season to put him at defensive end. He asked for the switch. They were wondering how he was going to handle when they put him in a 6 technique, right? Head up over the tight end when tackles started coming down on him and double teaming him, whether or not he was going to be able to withstand it and come back again and again and again. He continues to get better at it. But I'll tell you this, when it's third down, he's got speed to power, he's got high side speed, he's got an inside spin, he's got it all. Incredible play.
He wears the same uniform number that Micah Parsons did. Will he follow in those footsteps as far as effectiveness in the NFL? Verizon Business takes us down to Molly, who is standing by with the third pick of the draft. Molly.
Thank you, Greeny. Abdul, your dad trained you your entire childhood. What was that moment like after your name was called with your dad and the rest of your family?
Yeah, it was surreal. I wouldn't be here without him. I'm just blessed. Thankful for my family. Thankful for everybody who helped me get to this moment.
I think Abdul Carter's a great player, Avery. I wish the Patriots didn't lose the last game of the season so they could have possibly drafted Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. But now we're going to have an offense tackle that's supposed to be pretty good, but we're not going to have anybody to throw the ball to.
All right, congratulations, Abdul. Great.
You could get, Will Campbell's the best tackle in the draft, but you could get a starting level tackle late first round, early second round, mid second round. Like, we're going to give up a player that's going to be able to make a difference for a tackle that's just going to be a little bit better than the tackles later on in the first round and second round. I don't know. I don't think so. Another 4-13 season coming for the Patriots. I'm really just interested to see. I think Jackson Dart will go to the Steelers at pick 21. I don't like the Steelers, but I think he's probably the best fit for them. Here's our guy, Will Campbell. That's my first official Will Campbell card. Brutal. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a Till explosion. It's not numbered. I thought it was, but it's a Till explosion. So I guess that'll be our first official rookie card of our player. Now, I've already opened some packs, Avery. I got a Caleb Williams rookie, a Devin Leary rookie, a Malachi Corley rookie, Brendan Rice, who I pull all the time. And I also pull
Wood or
Who's the other guy that I pull a lot?
this could make or break the whole kitchen. Oh, time out, Christian. London Sky.
Oh, yeah, Kamari Laster. I pull a lot of him as well. Every card I pull of this guy is his rookie card, and it's a red parallel. Also got cards in here that are for sale if anybody wants me to pull any out. Let's open up this 2022 Sage football. Got an autograph in it. Mateo Durant. Christian Harris. Oh, there's the auto. Jalen Armour Davis. Why does he sound familiar? Who did he play for? University of Alabama.
You gotta wait till it's done.
Somebody look him up and tell me what he's doing. Jalen Armour Davis. I knew he's familiar, but I don't think I've ever, oh, look at that Drake London artistry. Those cards are beautiful. Christian Harris. Who's Christian Harris? Hey, hey, this card's for sale if you want it. And any card in this box over here is also for sale. You just gotta let me know what you're looking for, and I'll see if I got it in there. It's all football, though. Now this box, which we'll open up later on, this is 2022 Bowman Best. You get one autograph in it, and some of the top names in this one are like J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams. Like, you can get autographs of those guys in that box. This is this year's class, but you're not guaranteed an autograph in the blaster, but we'll open that one as well. All right, who are the Patriots drafting? Will Campbell.
The New England Patriots select Will Campbell. Here we go. LSU. He is a young man who has been a star for a long time. Came out of Monroe, Louisiana, as the highest-rated offensive lineman that state has produced in 7 years. Was a starter at LSU from the day he set foot on campus.
Every year we draft somebody that is a need for us, but it's not our number one need. Like, come on, bro. Drake May protection, but Drake May he didn't have nobody to throw the ball to last year. Ain't gonna have nobody to throw the ball to this year. And probably won't have nobody to throw the ball to next year either. All right, Browns are up. This is where the draft gets interesting. No, New England needs a wide receiver because Stephon Diggs is going to play 6 games, and he'll get 3 catches in 4 of them, not do anything in the other 2, and then go down with an injury and be out the rest of the season. And we're right back in the position we were already in to begin with.
He's the franchise. Will Campbell's arm length is an outlier. Outliers can be great. There's no question. Will Campbell's run blocking phenomenal. Pass protection will be great. Then we'll get the ball out. He'll protect you a little bit as well in that regard.
And he's wearing like pajamas for a suit. Like that green and white suit. Pajamas, brother. Oh, there's Isaiah Bond. He's in this year's draft, right? Eugene Asante. Amarion Hampton, he's in the draft. And Keon Keeley.
They're looking for a defensive end opposite Miles Garrett. They want a wide receiver as well. And
These Path to Glory cards are some of my favorite cards. Inserts.
So we have teams now, but how are they going to maneuver now for quarterback? This great team, quarterback meeting. How do they attack it?
I'll tell you what. I don't know what they're going to do, but I can tell you what right now Mike Vrabel's doing. And he's walking around in that dress room shaking hands. So I tell you this, they have gone to work here this offseason to try to make sure he gets another thing together. Okay, they get Morgan Moses, they plug him in like that with Garrett Bradbury. He's going to play center now. And now you got Will Campbell, who on that highlight right there, we didn't.
Knock the camera over.
You know, we talk about his arm like being sub 33, but he's got his hands like cinder blocks. And when you're talking, he uses those hands as well as anybody in this draft. Look, I think
y'all want any of these cards?
all the things in all season we said they need to address. Will Campbell will be
shoot me offers. Shoot me offers.
For them. This is a no-brainer pick.
We got this Brock Bowers numbered 10. Sam Howell autograph.
Obviously, the huge shocker was Jacksonville trading up to number 2, and so the Browns are out on the clock. They will make the next selection having traded back at number 5. In the meantime, Verizon Business brings us
Davon Witherspoon patch.
With Will Campbell. Molly.
Josh Allen Wildcat auto.
In the first round, I can see that you're emotional here. How meaningful is it for you to represent this program in the state of Louisiana?
It's everything. They did so much for me and my family. I can really do that.
Brother even looks like a truck driver.
I know you spent a lot of time with Patriots staff and head coach Mike Vrabel.
They did so much for me. So much. They did so much for me. I'm a truck driver and I drink Mountain Dew on the weekends. Well, at least we still got the Celtics, right? I mean, they're doing okay. He's probably not happy about this selection because he doesn't have a receiver to throw the ball to. They better trade back into the first and get Luther Burden.
For these young men. By the way, the older football fans in our audience will appreciate this. Now the Patriots have drafted a top 10 offensive lineman only once in the common draft era. It was John Hanna, who was 4th overall.
They just said the Patriots have only drafted one top 10 tackle, and it was John Hanna. So what does that say about their ability to discover good tackles to draft?
This is the Cleveland Browns. They traded back. Originally had the second pick, moved back here to 5, and here comes the commissioner to announce the selection.
We need mid in the 2025 NFL draft. The Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham.
What? How do you not take Junkie? I wasn't. I would have expected them to draft Junkie with Nick Chubb not being there anymore. Corey's got the secrets to all the picks somehow. Where is this autograph I was looking for? Here's a Deshaun Watson if anybody wants it. Tez Johnson numbered to 150. He's in this year's draft. Malik Neighbors, hot rookies. There we go. This is the one I was looking for. Aiden Hutchinson auto. Rip Joe Milton on the Patriots. Make sure you guys like the live stream. I've only got one like on the live stream so far. Who's 6? The Raiders?
They love him. They love all the things that Coach just talked about, specifically his motor. They love him when he's on the move. Yeah, when you're running games and stunts, and he's the looper. When he's the guy who can kind of like get on some edges, get some angles. Look, he'll be working with one of the
What don't make sense to me is Cleveland could have had Abdul Carter at 2 and traded back to 5 to get Mason Graham. Wouldn't have it made more sense to drafted Carter?
come in there and win, get to the top and then, win Super Bowl. So that's, my one mission coming in, and that's what I'm going to do.
A Michigan man is going to the state of Ohio. How are you going to make amends with those fans after what you did to the Buckeyes the last 3 years?
I'm sure we'll get along pretty well and come here pretty soon.
All right, good luck. Thank you. Congrats.
Brother played
Exactly right.
brother played for Michigan and he's going to an Ohio State.
Previously, but now the new favorite son of the Cleveland Browns, maybe that outstanding player. So now the Vegas Raiders are on the clock, and what a fascinating decision they have ahead of them here. Early in this process, Mel, we were talking about Shedeur Sanders here. He has a long history with Tom Brady. That conversation has pretty much died away completely. That was part of the early discussion. That's not what we're expecting. At least here they have Pete Carroll. You see him there in the draft.
Do they take receiver here?
What about Geno Smith now, right?
I mean, they got Tom Brady, Pete Carroll.
Quarterback in this league. He still has probably 3 years.
Do they go with do they go with the receiver or do they go with Genty?
What does Pete Carroll want to do? Run the football. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch. They drafted Rashad, and it didn't work out, but they still took him in round 1. You look at a guy like Ashton Genty, what he can mean to this football team. I think 4th overall won the big board. My philosophy is not my ranking. On value and ability, he's the 4th best player in this draft. He deserves to be a pick this high based on that. I think the Ravens will look at the running back Ashton Genty over Armand Member, the offensive tackle from the goal. Yeah, look, this is a football team that didn't have a rush of over 500 yards last year. You just can't have that in the NFL. So you would think that Pete Carroll, considering where he came from and what his philosophy is, he'd be sitting there going, how are we not taking that? No. It's a team that has a lot of holes. And
yeah, I think Genty will be really good. I just hope, man. I mean, my thing with running backs, like Genty's good coming out of college, but Trent Richardson was good coming out of college too. He got to the NFL and he couldn't see the holes to get through, and his career ended. So college is a different sport. There he goes.
Unanimous All-American won the National Award, the Joe Walker Award, and finished runner-up for the Heisman. Fascinating life story. His dad was a naval officer, so he played his first year of high school football at Naples, Italy, and was a quarterback. Ultimately wound up in Frisco, Texas, then to Boise for college, and now he is a spectacular all-around running back. He was a workhorse. He only had one game where he had 30-plus carries in 2023. This past year, he had 8 games of 30 or more.
Cam Ward to the Titans, Travis Hunter to the Jaguars, Abdul Carter to the Giants, Will Campbell to the Patriots, Mason Graham to the Browns, and Ashton Genty to the Raiders.
2023. Now, 750 career carries. It's a lot, right? Also, he's a little loose with the football. High and tight, right? He's got to learn that. 5 fumbles in 2023, 3 fumbles in 2024. That's 8 fumbles over the last couple of years. Penn State game, he had a fumble loss. Also had another fumble in that game. So in terms of a guy who can impact the game, running, catching, and guess what? No block. Is that last line of protection for Geno Smith? Ashton Genty will get the job done. He gets by those blockers. Defensive players can't even rotate him. And then he's still on with the contact bounce and the game-breaking speed.
The logos on the side of the walls are pretty cool. Why are you screaming like that?
Absorb the first hit and then continue on. He can do it. And then the third thing, can you take it to the house? He does all 3 of those things well. That's why he'll be successful in NFL running back. I had the privilege of seeing this young man up close and personal at the Fiesta Bowl this year. And I said when we were preparing for that game, this is Emmitt Smith.
The next Emmitt Smith.
Home run breakaway speed. The vision and the elusiveness. He cleanser, but he's got the jump cut ability to get that ball out on the perimeter, and then you see the lower body power as he's weaving his way through traffic with like that next level vision. He's going to rip off plus 20, 30, 40-yard runs on the regular. Emmitt Smith, he did this on the regular at the NFL level. What was Emmitt's?
Yeah, Tom Brady knows how to get some good players on his teams.
See things that other people simply couldn't see, and he didn't have the kind of speed, the kind of breakaway speed that Ashton Jeanty has. And when you talk about contact balance and force and the ability to get yardage after initial contact, nobody does it better than this guy. Nobody. And then look at him turn on the Jets. It's easy. It's easy, smooth acceleration. And I'm telling you, when you get up on him,
Mason Graham might be the only guy that I'm not collecting so far. Out of these picks, I kind of pick who I'm going to collect based off of if I like the player and the team. If I like the player but I don't like the team, I'll probably keep them and collect them. But if I like the team but don't like the player, I probably won't. Like the Browns, I don't necessarily like. I just don't like Mason Graham. So I don't plan on going after him.
Standing up here now, an NFL running back, top 6 pick. What would you say to your 10-year-old?
Who's 7? The Jets? Does Tyler Warren go here?
Your abilities and stay disciplined, all your goals and dreams are accomplishable.
Raiders' new head coach Pete Carroll loves to build a team around running the football, and he used to coach one of your favorites in Marshawn Lynch. How will you bring
Garrett Green.
to Vegas?
Yeah, I think
Darquez Hunter, he's in this draft. Evan Stewart's in it. That's a silver Evan Stewart. And Joquavius Marks.
Thank you so much.
Molly, the Raiders averaged 3.6 yards per rush last year, last in the NFL. Look at the celebration. Lone Star High School, Texas. Congratulations, you have produced a first-round pick in the NFL draft. We'll be right back. Big Corio's official ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now we get to hang out with Thunderstorm fans all season long. Wait, what? See you on game day.
Trains. Trains use the power of Dell AI on Intel, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong. It's war. I want to win. This is pinball time. Make it worth it.
Oh, Star Wars.
At AT&T, we confidently guarantee our network. Oh, no. What we can't guarantee, you and your teammates need team connected. What up, Chef? Double O. I texted you guys I was going to. I got fresh shirts this morning. I thought you said you were going to wear it.
Connection means something. That's why with AT&T, we'll proactively make it right with a credit for a full day of service if there is a network connection. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Experience our most powerful blower that exceeds the power of gas. The industry's most powerful cordless pressure washer and a string trimmer so smart it loads the line with the push of a button. Find an Ego retailer near you.
You know, Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies, too. Just like I'm so much more than quarterback Peyton Manning, I'm also debating Manning. And honestly, this might be my best sport.
I would argue that it's not.
I think it might be.
No, it's not.
It's two.
It's not.
It's two.
It's not.
It's two touches and no takebacks.
You can't do no take-backs.
That's debatable. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Versace, bright crystal. At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Welcome back to the 2025
NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott. Back in Green Bay, where these teams have been very economical with their use of time, the picks have been coming in quickly. The New York Jets pick is in with their new
Jets pick is in.
coach, Aaron Glenn. A lot of needs for this team. We'll see which direction they go. The seventh pick of the draft is in, and here comes the commissioners to make the announcement. With the seventh pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand Minbu, Missouri. Tackle.
I feel like the Jets take a tackle every single year.
Became a starter midway through his freshman year, so he started 30 games at right tackle for the Tigers. And now his performance at the combine is what really vaulted him up this process. Proving he could be a right tackle, not a guard. Now, it's a tough call for the Jets because Tyler Ward would have made a lot of sense. Tight end out of Penn State, but I think Armand Mumbo's plug and play right tackle. They have to feel he will be a Pro Bowl right tackle. 29 starts over the last 3 years, 25 starts the last 2 years at right tackle. Powerful hand. Get to the second level as a run blocker could improve in that area. The kick out, the footwork overall, powerful front, the way anchored, the hand placement was excellent. Like I said, once he showed he had the lane, but he had the ability physically, athletically to be a right tackle.
Dang, the Panthers got their pick in really fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's a plug-and-play guy, right? Last year's first-round pick, old-fashioned, stays at left tackle now. Membu just moves out to right tackle, and they didn't slot him right in there. They're really solid on the interior already. This young man, I'll tell you what, he dominated people this year. Some of you say it was hard to find things not to like about a guy as big as he is, 330 plus, sub 5 seconds in the 40. Incredible prospect.
He's the fourth offensive lineman the Jets have drafted in the first round since 2020, which is the most of any team in the NFL. And over the years, the reactions of the fans of the New York Jets to their picks have become the stuff of draft day legend.
The Jets' second round selection, Marion Barber. Johnny Mitchell, tight end.
And the fans are ready to go which way they want to go. Mark Sanchez. Quarterback, USC. Dan Darnold. Zach Wilson. Quarterback, BYU.
Fortunately, none of those guys lived up to the hype.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, they're going to see some serious. Check me out.
Yeah, I feel like the Jets take a tackle in the first round every single year. The Panthers pick is already in, and they've been linked to that linebacker from Georgia, Jalen Walker.
This is getting out of hand. All I ever wanted was to get a cool boss in an RV and a fun nickname. Don't you know what a walleye is?
Hey, all that matters is that you bundled your RV and boat with your home and auto insurance.
And got great savings and coverage. Sounds like an expert outdoorsman to me.
I kind of overdid it with the decor, didn't I?
They got the right tackle last year at like pick 15.
Hold it up. You just give an extra.
They take a tackle every year.
Because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter. This is your game. Without the mark of a fighter.
Y'all aren't ready for this next card I'm about to show you.
On Chewy, save 35%. And
Let's
shop
get
all
this,
your favorite brands. For any taste, or any diner. At prices you love, delivered fast. For low prices, for
Are you ready?
pets, there's Chewy. Taco Bell's new 5
So Browns.
Lux Cravings boxes give you extravagant options, including the decadent Cantina Chicken Burrito.
Oh man, Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel rookie card. Ooh, good old Johnny boy.
Back in Green Bay, Mel, let's look at the best available players brought to you by Courtyard Bar Marriott. Yet had any major rescreening in terms of their first 7 picks in this draft. You're still there with Shador Sanders, quarterback Lennox, ideal for New Orleans. Tyler Warren,
Look at this one.
Rob Bowers. Now they pass on Tyler Warren to take on
Airborne. Brock Purdy. JJ McCarthy. Rome Odunze. Justin Fields, rookie. Would anybody like a Will Levis rated rookie silver since he is no longer the Titans quarterback? All right, Panthers pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tyrone McMillan.
Oh, yeah. Good pick.
So that one isn't what we expected. Outstanding player. They call him T-Mac. He was born in Hawaii. Went to Arizona as the highest rated recruit in the history of that school. That was last year season. He had 174 catches for over 2,700 yards and 18 touchdowns. And he had drawn comparisons to Mike Evans over the last couple of weeks. I thought maybe Jackson.
Mike Evans.
In fact, moved up to get Travis Hunter. Think about where we are right now. 19 right now on my big board. So he is a great. I thought Matthew Golden was back to be the first receiver taken. But hey, the ability of
This is where it gets interesting because we don't know what the Saints are doing.
Drake London was a comp, and certainly Mike Evans was stretching Evans. I would not do that. Hey, when you look at Tyrone McMillan doing it against college quarterbacks, not being able to get great separation is the reason why I thought his stock dropped a bit. We've all talked about he loves volleyball, right? Okay, hey, you gotta be an athlete to play volleyball. He loves the sport. The NFL, you gotta love it to be able to compete against the great corners in the NFL. His production over a 3-year period was consistent. Those defeated came on at quarterback. Really helped.
So they got T. McMillan and Xavier Legette now.
Can he get it done move against NFL quarterback like he did in college? And I love this pick for Bryce Young because you give him a bigger body to throw the football. Currently, he was throwing Xavier Legette and Adam Field. So now you're giving him a bigger body, bigger catch radius. He doesn't have to be as accurate. But when you talk about the contested catches on the college level, if you can't get open in college, how are you going to get open in the NFL? Like, that's my biggest concern for him. I get the body control. I get how pretty it looks. I get the contested catches. But can he get open in the NFL? Drake London is a fair comparison. He didn't take off in the NFL in Atlanta until they moved him inside of his spot and allowed him to get some free releases. So will they have to move T-Mac inside, or can he get open on the outside? Well, which is where he played plenty in Arizona. He played in the slot quite often in Arizona. And just he coached him down there before he left to go to Washington. Did some really nice things with him as far as getting him on linebacker, getting him on safety, where he could use some of that subtle movement in the way to get open. And his catch radius is something Bryce Young's going to absolutely need. And you're right. If you see him here hugging and Smith, all these guys, you can just see like the relief that they have when they are up here. But Ted's going to have a good career in Carolina. He takes the victory, takes care of it. A very nice moment there as he plays for Ram, the commissioner there. General McMillan was a very proud winner of the Polynesian Player of the Year awards both in high school and in college. So that's a lovely moment there. By
high school teammate of Mason Glenn, who was drafted earlier tonight. And our teammate Teddy Bruschi is celebrating as Tedderell McMillan is the first Arizona wide receiver ever selected in the first round of the NFL draft. So an interesting move here by a Carolina team. This was the first thing we've seen that had not been forecast pretty much anywhere that I've looked.
Well, because we thought Carolina was...
Brother, I've seen this on like 3 or 4 different mocks.
That seems to be the new thing. Do you fortify the defense and keep the points down, or do you try to evaluate the young quarterback by getting him some weapons? I like the move. Bryce Young came on at the end of last season. We started to see promise. And so if you're Carolina, why not help the young quarterback to see if you can continue this climb that he's made toward the end of last season?
Taking a wide receiver is perhaps not the big surprise. Which receiver it was might be a bit of a
Saints
surprise
pick.
to some. In the meantime, Verizon Business brings us back to the stage, and Molly is with Tedderell and McMillan. Molly.
Tedderell, I know that you're wearing a lei that your grandmother made, and there is a rich history of Hawaiian-born players in the NFL. How special is it to join that brotherhood?
Oh, man, it's a blessing. You know, at the end of the day, the people that came before me are the people that laid the foundation that set the precedence for me to be successful today. So, at the end of the day, you know, I'll try to put off for the qualities of culture and, you know, make everybody proud.
You were a big play receiver in college. What kind of impact can you make on this Panthers offense right away?
Man, I'm ready to do whatever it takes. I know I got a quarterback that can.
I think it's crazy we've only seen one trade so far through the first 9 picks, 9 or 10 picks.
I mean, sky's the limit for this organization, man. I can't wait.
That looks good on you. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much.
Green.
All right, Molly, thank you very much. The New Orleans Saints now on the clock. And as you can see, they are a team that has gone the longest of any in the NFL since drafting a quarterback in the first round. Archie Manning, in fact, is the only quarterback the New Orleans Saints ever selected in the first round. Parenthetically, Troy Aikman is the only first-round quarterback the Dallas Cowboys ever took. Now, you have been forecasting for quite some time Shedeur Sanders in this spot. It's not the fit. I go back to Drew Brees. I see similarities to Drew coming out. Arm strength question. Similar size, right? He was going to go to Miami. He didn't because of the shoulder, right? He ends up in New Orleans with the Super Bowl, right? You think about where we are right now with Shedeur Sanders and this pick. I remember a few years back when the Saints traded up in the first round. Thought it was going to be Lamar Jackson. It was Marcus Davenport, defensive end at Texas San Antonio. The division, the 2 former number 1 pick overalls, the Baker and Bryce, in addition to Michael Penix Jr. I'm going to say I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. Let's find out if that's what they've done. Here's the commissioner.
Where's New Orleans going?
With the 9th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle.
Kelvin Banks Jr.
Kelvin Banks Jr. is one of the most decorated linemen in Texas history. He was a unanimous All-American as a junior last year. He won the Atman Trophy. He won the Lombardi Award. He was a starter as a true freshman coming out of Houston. He started all 42 games he played.
I mean, they got Spencer Rattler, so I wasn't necessarily expecting them to draft. Well, they got Spencer Rattler. I wasn't expecting them to draft quarterback at 9.
You have to go back to 2023 to see Kelvin Banks Jr. at his best. Prior to that, when he came in, he was outstanding. In August, he was projected to be maybe a top 5 pick.
Did the Bears draft Shedeur Sanders and have him compete with Caleb Williams?
The talent, when you go back to 2023, when he was 100%, that was in abundance.
Yeah, look, I thought Steve Sarkisian recently about Kelvin Banks, and he could not rave about this young man more in terms of his competitiveness, how good of a teammate he is. He's a guy who overcomes adversity. Look, he had dealt with some things as far as health in his family. It never distracted him. He was continuously there for his team. As you mentioned, he wasn't 100% healthy, but when he is, this guy is smooth and fluid as water. Big, heavy hands, got a nasty playing personality. He can pass protect with the very best of them, and the New Orleans Saints need it. They're one of the very worst teams in the NFL in terms of pass block win rate in 2024. You're right, Mel. They better find a quarterback for Mickey Loomis and the Saints. He understands how to build this team. Yeah, he may need a quarterback, but this is a young man. He's got to play. He's got to finish a little bit more, finish his blocks. But I love, as Lewis says, building blocks for the Saints as they look for a quarterback in the future that they have to get at some point.
And our countdown show, Adam Schefter suggested the Saints maybe would be to target a quarterback
in the second round. Meanwhile, we have an update on the scheduling release for Rutledge and
Oh, schedule release.
Ladies and gentlemen, NFL fans everywhere, hold on to your hats because, boy, do we have an announcement for you. Live from the heart of the NFL draft right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's right, Colleen. The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling season. Yeah, this is where we get to geek out over every single game and
Get the girls off TV. Who's getting drafted?
Those late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And who's playing at Lambeau in December? Ooh, we're gonna have to find out. You'll find out soon, okay? How about these rookies, the players who are drafted here tonight?
No one cares.
Make their NFL debuts. We're gonna find that out as well. Let's not forget the expanding lineup of international games as well as Christmas, Thanksgiving Day. There's so many captivating matchups. It's the best. Yeah, because nothing says holiday cheer like watching your team destroy another. So, without further ado, everybody, get it together, mark your calendars, set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on May 14th.
What's the point of this?
We can't wait. You can tweet it out, tell everybody, and don't miss it.
This was the dumbest thing about the entire draft. Why have them come on the stage and tell us when they're releasing the schedule, their schedules? Wouldn't they just? Why can't you just tweet that out?
2025 matchups. May 14th just around the corner. I know. It's basically here at this point. Guys, get
Brother.
ready. Buckle up for the greatest season of your lives.
No one cares. The Chiefs are going to lose again, so. Oh, man. The Bears are getting booed. The Bears are drafting. Bruh, why y'all? Who's Freaky T? Why you ruining the picks, brother? Although I do like Loveland, I think he'll be a really good tight end.
The Bears even more loudly when they move the commissioner. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce Chicago selection at 10.
Oh, no. I was saying I think Loveland would be a really good pick. I think he goes to the Chargers, honestly. I've heard, Jim Harbaugh loved him at Michigan, so I'm assuming he goes to the Chargers if he doesn't go within the next couple picks. But I don't know. But I'm excited to see who we're pulling out of this box. We get an autograph out of this. I'm excited to see who it's going to be.
Generations to come.
And we still got 5 packs of this year's.
50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975
Oh, has he?
draft,
I mean, he might.
the Chicago Bears selected one of Stephen Michael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
And, I mean, Caleb Williams could use a tight end. I mean, they don't really have tight ends, do they?
Nearly 17,000 yards and 110.
So I could definitely see him getting drafted here.
As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give
Opening
back
a pack while
to
they're
his
talking.
community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year award. So with the 10th pick
Okay, here we go.
in the 2025 NFL Draft,
I know, that's what I love about the draft. That's why, well, I'll tell you here in a second. He did go there. Good pick. You're right. No, the draft's always one of my favorite parts of the year. And I love being able to do a live stream, talk to the people in the chat about the picks, open some cards of some of the players that are going to be in the draft, even selling cards over here if there's anybody interested in them. You know, I love that part.
Look at Colston Water, the shoulder injury is going to be fine, ready for camp, no issue. They have 10 quarterback problems in Michigan. With J.J. McCarthy,
We got Jeremiah Cooper. Cam Ward, there's your Titans quarterback right there. Cameron Ward, Titan quarterback. Benjamin Morrison, is he in this year's draft or was he in last year's draft? And Savion Williams, I'm pretty sure he's in this year's draft. There's a pink wave, Benjamin Morrison.
You have Romo Doomsday for Caleb Williams. Now you add that big-time receiver. He can get down the middle of the field, and he can make big catches. We have run after the catch ability at Colston level. Very rarely, Green, do you get a tight end that can threaten the defense at all three levels. Short.
Hey, man, I appreciate you joining up and checking out the story on Snap. If you're not subscribed, dude, go ahead and subscribe. I do videos a couple times a week. We do free giveaways. And once we hit 100 subscribers, I'll do a free giveaway of a box or a pack or something. But once we get like big, once we start growing more, I got back into this back in January when I had 22 subscribers. So I've gained 56 subscribers since January. But once we get up to the 500 mark, I'm going to start doing live breaks where you can buy the teams. And, every time we open a pack of that, well, so how a break works is you buy the team, we open up the box, and then every player from that team gets sent to you because that's the team that you bought. But yeah, I mean, if you're not subscribed, man, I encourage you to subscribe. We appreciate you joining the video as we get in here and see who's getting drafted, seeing these next guys coming up, how well they're going to do. But yeah, any of these cards over here are available if anybody's interested.
Diverse, vibrant, delicate ecosystems.
Thank you, brother.
Protect them at all.
Yeah, I got a lot of Cole Kmet rookie cards, and he came out a couple years ago. He's a guy that I was really big on, too. See if we got any of them. Here's I'm a Patriots fan. I don't know if you were here when I talked about the Patriots, but there's my Drake Mays that I've got. But I know that I've got some. Here's a really cool Joe Thomas that I found at the card shop today. But I know I've got some of Cole Kmet's rookies. This is a card I bought a couple weeks ago, assuming that this is who the Patriots are going to draft.
Looking for a logo. Aisle 27. Find what you need faster with the Lowe's app.
I mean, I know they need a tackle, man, but I can't help but go back and think if we did not lose that last game, we would be sitting here with Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter right now. And everybody's like, well, you need a tackle. And I was like, we do need tackles, but we also need receivers. And everybody's like, well, you just signed Stephon Diggs. I was like, we did sign Stephon Diggs, but he has about 6 good games, and then he gets hurt for the rest of the season. So I personally believe we're just going to be back in this situation again next year. I'm hoping that maybe in the second round, or I'm hoping that they trade back late first round or early second round and get a guy like Luther Burden. I think he would be a good fit for them. There's a stellar rookies, Caleb Williams. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how they do. I mean, they did need help at tackle, so try not to knock over my camera.
Imagine if there's an ESPN.
Yeah, so Luther Burden was originally projected like a first-round pick, 25 to 30. And then some mock drafts have got him going like early second round. Something anywhere between the 25 to, 7th pick in the second round. I'm thinking anywhere in between there, they could somehow find a way to get to trade into those spots and get him.
When you make your first $10 bet.
But I don't know. I've heard the 49ers are interested in James Pierce. But I don't know how long you've been in the chat, but I was telling them my guy in this draft is Jackson Dart. Wherever he goes, I think he has the chance to be the best quarterback in this draft. So, Jackson Dart is the guy that I've collected the most. Because his cards are really cheap right now. I've been getting his cards, all his numbered college cards, anywhere between like $2 and $15 for like low numbered, like numbered to 25, numbered to 50. I've been getting some good deals on. So you're a Giants fan? You're wanting them to get Jackson Dart?
All right, Chef, thank you very much. And obviously, at any point, a team could wind up trading up and in. So we'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. In the meantime, our house announcer, Alan Roach, has an announcement.
Please direct your attention to the main stage video screen for a special message.
I think San Fran goes James Pierce here. They're either going to go James Pierce or that Mike Green guy is who I would assume that they go after.
I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Navy. We're proud to announce that this year we're celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the U.S.
I think Jackson Dart has the potential to be one of the better quarterbacks in this year's draft. Here's some more Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. There's a Brock Bowers.
Didn't shut it down. Continued to play. Continued to be somewhat productive. He had 9 tackles lost. He had 5 sacks. He forced a couple.
Can y'all hear me now? I think my mic died.
In the National Football with his size, his long arms, 34.5 arms, and huge hands.
Just let me know if you can hear me.
Moves going, coming after the quarterback off the edge. I thought he played the run great. He has a strong run defender off the edge, but as a pass rusher, I thought a little bit more work.
All right, I'm gonna plug my mic up right quick. Because I bought this little mic. That way I didn't have to try and talk so loud into my phone.
We know he's technically sound playing at Georgia the way Kirby Smart coaches defense. The only concern I have is when it comes to using those traits and getting to the passer. I didn't see much of a rush plan, Lou. I didn't see any move besides the speed to power. He's going to have to continue to develop the move because when you get to the National Football League level, just the traits won't win. You have to have more than traits. You need to be able to have a pass rush arsenal. How are you going to beat the offensive tackle and get to the quarterback? John Lynch loves him. He loves defensive line. You're going to pair him with Nick Bosa, create 2 bookends, but is he going to be able to live up to this?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Jalen Walker guy hasn't been drafted yet.
This used to be that position used to be the heartbeat of that football team. Both lines of scrimmage, in fact, defensive and offensive line. They need to restock that. Mike Hill has not produced on a consistent basis the way you would think his measurables should bear themselves out. Mel mentioned the fact that he was injured. This year, he said himself, he played at maybe 60% most of the year.
Cowboys would be the team that needs to draft a quarterback.
Has to get it out of him.
Michael Williams, the first player ever out of Georgia to be selected by San Francisco in the first round in the Commons draft.
Here's you a Giants rookie from last year.
is in. An interesting one to make with their new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. Here comes the commissioner to the stage. The Cowboys at 12, ready to make the selection.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
He was a first-team All-American who just turned 21 2 weeks ago. Grew up in New Haven, Connecticut. Headed down to the IMG Academy where he was coached by former linebacker Pepper Johnson. Played in 38 games at Alabama. Started the final 27. All but one of
They
those
took Booker there. He's was projected pretty high too.
It's a heavyweight fight when you go up against Tyler Booker. You better bring it because he will beat you up. As a run blocker, he'll drive you off the ball. He never stops to sustain. And I thought he was in pass protection for outstanding. Now, he's both those guys. You want movement?
Here's a couple Jackson Dart cards that I've gotten.
Power blocking team. He can drive you off the ball. And I thought they say his pass pro skills at Alabama were excellent.
And I love this pick for the Cowboys.
I got some better ones that I'm holding on to. These are just the ones that I have that are available.
His power, his ability to take a man and move that man against his will. That's what the offensive lineman try to do. He can do that.
Yeah, with Zach Martin being retired, that kind of makes it like a good pick.
Allow him to get on corners. Allow him to go downhill and displace the defenders and climb to the second level. This is a need pick. I think he's the best guard in the draft, and it fits what the Cowboys had to do.
Building the trenches is something that Dallas is trying to do, right? I mean, Tyler Booker, he's someone who's, at 6. But I thought when he did get locked on to people, when he did, he could actually absolutely move some people. He'll probably play the right guard. Tyler Smith will play the left guard.
I'm not a big Alabama guy, so I could care less. I am interested to see where Jalen Milroe goes.
He's going to get some people knocked off the ball.
I could see him going to the Raiders maybe in a late second, early third.
He gets a good 3 technique, was able to get on his edge and make him move laterally. He got a little top heavy, but look, that's why offensive line coaches are the most important coaches on a football staff, minus the outside of the head coach. And Dallas is going to have to make sure that they develop this young man, getting consistent with his fundamentals, so they can get it all out of him. And there's more plays like that you see on your screen there.
So Alabama, by the way, now 17 consecutive years that they have had a player selected in round 1. 16 had already been the longest streak for any school in draft history. So our colleague Nick Saban, very proud, no doubt about that, in his retirement doing the telecast tonight for us on ABC. So Bama once again with a first-round player, and the Dallas Cowboys making their selection there at number 12, which leaves the Dolphins on the clock here at number 13. And the Dolphins, an interesting team to consider here as a fight in that AFC East. We should have Molly in a moment here with Tyler Booker and the joy, the unbridled joy that he brought out onto that stage.
Yeah, I think with Jalen Milroe, after Saban left, it's like after Saban left, the whole team kind of went down a little bit, and it affected his ability to play. I'm not going to say he didn't play well, but he didn't play consistently well, and I think that's what hurt him.
I'm just glad to be a Cowboy. This is really a dream come true. It's truly a blessing. I actually trained in Dallas, so I fell in love with the area. And the whole process, I thought, like, man, it would be great to be a Cowboy. And the Lord works in mysterious ways. Shout out to God. Trust and believe in God. If you're ever going through something, like, just trust in God. He got you.
Those who know you emphasize your leadership and
I'm going to send y'all a link in the chat to my link tree. This obviously has like my YouTube, Discord, Instagram, eBay where we sell some of our cards. If y'all are interested in checking any of that stuff out, I just sent it in the chat. Man, I want to get back into doing breaks, but I want to make sure that we got a good amount of subscribers. That way we get the breaks filled.
And now, as we continue to watch the celebration of these young men, we also bring you tonight something special from NFL star George Kittle and his friend Red Guardian from Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, which will be available only in theaters on May the 2nd.
favorite late round pick.
I wasn't picked that late.
Many teams doubted.
See, Jalen Walker is still available. Will Johnson, that'd be a good pick.
I'm looking for sleepers in later rounds. Maybe they will get their face on Wheaties box, like you. I'm not on a Wheaties box. You sure about that? You sure, huh?
I mean, you could have picked a better picture at least.
Look at that. Come on.
Marvel Studios Thunderbolts, rated PG-13, only theaters May 2nd. From Marvel Studios, summer begins.
With the Thunderbolts!
What? Thunderbolts?
Yeah, Milroe will probably go tomorrow. And probably late second or early third. But I think he could be a pick for the Raiders. You know, there's a couple teams that I think would draft a quarterback that haven't. Like the Colts. You know, I've heard the Colts aren't necessarily high on Anthony Richardson. The Seahawks, I know they just signed Sam Darnold and re-signed Zach Wilson. Or no, not Zach Wilson, Drew Lock. So the Colts and Seahawks. Cowboys, I could expect the Cowboys to draft a quarterback since Dak Prescott hasn't been consistent for years.
Activate your free Grubhub Plus membership and start ordering with $0 delivery fees on Grubhub for top restaurants and your go-to spots. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply. Can we just not call for
I can control the radio.
Never mind.
Anybody look up Jalen Armour Davis and see what he's doing?
So good. IHOP's Breakfast Babes combo is now just $6. Featuring IHOP's world-famous buttermilk pancakes, crispy hickory smoked bacon, and 2 eggs cooked to order your way. All for just $6. Part of the new $6 house
Well, it's not even necessarily getting rid of him, but at least getting a quarterback to
When
compete.
Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
So this guy plays for the Ravens, apparently, from Alabama.
The new star of the season. Book your vacation today.
This is the legendary.
He's not very good, though. In 2022, he had 4 tackles. 2023, 2 tackles. And this season, he had 5 tackles. And no interception on any of those either.
I got something coming up. Something kind of big.
I'll sell it to you for $5, Corey. Let's go over what we've got. So we got that auto. We got the Evan Stewart Silver, the Drake London Artistry, Path to Glory, Omarion Hampton, who is in this draft class, Tyler Algier, Tony Pollard, Bomb Squad, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold Blue, that marquee Jalen Hurts, that's a really cool insert. Oh, the Dolphins. See who the Dolphins get.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
One of the stars of the national title team 2 years ago, an All-American this past year. Great size in the middle of that D-line, over 330 pounds, runs well, brings plenty of experience. Melly played in 41 games at Michigan.
Yeah, I think 30 on a big board. I think when you look at the fluctuation, both weight, because when it gets a little heavy, I felt his endurance, the stamina played a little high, wore down in some games. That's an issue, I think, when he plays at the right weight. He can be a guy that can affect the pass of the quarterback throwing the football, because he can break up passes, he can be disruptive. Certainly, you look at the violent, active hands, he showed that.
Are you talking offensive lineman or defensive lineman? Because we've already had 2 defensive linemen drafted from Michigan. Mason Graham went 5 to the Browns, and then Kenneth Grant just went.
Kenneth Grant, they say manage that weight. Don't have games where you, like I said, the endurance and stamina you need to be able to play full speed ahead for 60 minutes when you play high.
There have been 3 Michigan players drafted already. Mason Graham to the Browns at 5, Colson Loveland to the Bears at 10, and Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins at 13.
If you're thinking about his ceiling, think that
Dexter Lawrence from the New York Giants. That's the type of big man he is that can move. Athletic, can run, can make plays. This is not just a guy that's going to be a fire hydrant.
I don't understand why Tyler Warren has slipped. They had him going top 7 or 8, and we're on pick 14 now.
330 pounds. He uses his hands. I need more out of him in the pass rush game, but from a run standpoint, he can lock down just the way Dexter Lawrence did at Clemson.
Yeah, the coaching staff from Michigan, Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator, thinks that this kid has tremendous upside. Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator of Miami.
I think the Colts will probably either go Tyler Warren or Jalen Walker.
All right, so we're 13 picks into this draft, and as we bring our research producer extraordinaire, Evan Kaplan, into the conversation, these picks have had a very distinctly different feel, Cap, from the first 13 a year ago.
Yeah, Grady, what a difference a year makes, right? Last year, the first 14 picks in the draft were all offensive players. That is the longest streak at any point in the common draft era. So far this year, through 13 picks, 9 offense, 5 defense. That adds up to 14. That's because Travis Hunter, we're counting on both sides of the ball, and only 1 QB so far in the first 13 picks tonight. We had 6 QBs.
That's crazy. Last year, the first 14 picks were all offensive players. This year, we've had 9 offense, 5 defense so far. Yeah, I mean, Tyler Warren would be the pick. Or that Jalen Walker from Georgia.
With the 14th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end,
There you
Penn
go.
State.
Well, they had to be doing a dance in their draft room. This could not have fallen better for the Colts. Tyler Warren is the best tight end in Penn State's rich football history. He won the Mackey Award as the nation's top tight end last year, catching 104 passes now in what proved to be a 16-game season for the Nittany Lions.
He didn't have a lot of receptions going in the year because Theo Johnson was there. Became a New York Giant. Theo Johnson did. That opened up the opportunity for Tyler Warren to become a focal point in this offense. He was a chess piece. They were creatively utilizing him in a lot of ways.
I think Drew Allar will be really good when he comes out. He'll probably come out next season.
Contested catches go his way. He's got strong hands, excellent hand-eye coordination. He's a powerful young man. Running the football after the catch, run with that football. He's a fullback. He is a powerful guy. You can't tackle him. One guy cannot get him down. He'll catch it off your shoulder like he did with Lathan Ransom, the safety from Ohio State. Like I said, he came through. He threw passes this year. Then throwing passes. H-back, through tight end. He can do so many things.
He's just a
That's why I thought he may have been a
They
pass on Bowers, now they pass on Warren for the
Tyler Warren's just another Kyle Juszczyk.
After Loveland went a little earlier, Tyler Warren goes to the Colts, and that major need for them was tight end.
When you sit and you talk to this young man, Greeny,
Yeah, Drew Allar will be really good when he goes.
Football player. He's a flat-out athlete. He was a 3-sport player in high school. He played baseball. He played basketball. You see some of his basketball highlights. They're ridiculous. They're throwing alley-oops and stuff. So he's going up and getting the ball like this over top of people's heads. We got to talk to him a couple times this past year, man, and he is, and then on top of it, he's so smart. The ways in which they use him, I mean, in Indianapolis, Shane Steichen's going to be like, hey, look, man, we can put this guy just about anywhere because he's just so smart, has so much mental horsepower, is so versatile. You're right. I mean, he fell right to him. And how cool is
They'll
that?
be going to the Jets, probably.
You got maybe the best player at the position.
The Jets are another team that drafts quarterback, because didn't they just sign Justin Fields to be their starter?
That he lined up over the course of his college career. By the way, the last time the Colts took a first-round tight end worked out pretty well. It was Dallas Clark, who was an All-Pro. And again, the celebrations are on in the hometowns tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Mechanicsville, Virginia, pardon me, is where Tyler Warren is from. And as they were celebrating in his home in Glen Allen, they were also celebrating at his high school. Congratulations, guys. You produced the first...
Atlee High School in Virginia.
We'll be back in Green Bay in just a moment.
Hey, there's Brew McCoy. He's in this year's draft. Blake Shapen, Mitchell Evans first Bowman, and Marcel Reed first Bowman.
Hey, thanks so much for hosting, sweetie. I hear you found someone special.
Yeah, he's a keeper.
Is that dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
for Peter.
That's Peter?
Should have known.
Love me some Vols football too. Sad how everything's going down with them right now, unfortunately.
In this game, making the right move is hard. Unless
You like Vols football? Let me show you a card that I got a card in at the dugout in Pigeon Forge over the summer.
Here for life's big moves.
I'll show you what it is.
Cordless outdoor power. The Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower with Select Cut is the most powerful mower in its class, featuring an aluminum deck that allows for extreme blade speeds, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut.
James Pierce should be a top 20 pick.
It's guaranteed for life. All powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery. One battery powers all tools. Find an Ego retailer near you.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that. I'm trying to get my
That is a Aaron Beasley autograph, numbered to 9.
Share membership with your mom so she can share with you. Easy. USA.
2 out of 9. Aaron Beasley auto.
Bounty Mega Roll lasts longer, so you can tackle
Applesauce and avocado, berries, butter, coffee cream, crispy fingers, deviled eggs, and empanadas, red and green.
Bounty Mega Roll lets you clean spills without running out.
And mommy's glass of Zinfandel.
Bounty, the quicker picker up.
Check out the new whip.
I fully custom. How many Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy?
As many Bud Lights as it takes.
A lot of Bud Lights. Oh, give me one of those.
We're here at Blackberry Friday, where everyone wants the unique taste of new Dr. Pepper Blackberry.
Full Dr. Pepper!
The sweet blackberry flavor.
Please remain bold and sweet. Try new Dr. Pepper Blackberry.
The clock is ticking, Ethan. And now the fate of every soul on earth is your responsibility.
I need you to trust me one last time.
$5 duo at DK. Step up to the plate and have it your way. Get 2 of your faves, it's up to you. Just figure it out to hit the drive-thru. DK, have it your way.
I think Samson will probably go.
Shador Sanders, and this is looking like Aaron Rodgers. Could be like Boomer Esiason back in 1984, slipped the second round. Think about Brett Favre as well. Geno Smith. This has happened before. Guess what? All those quarterbacks turned out to be pretty doggone good. So for Shador Sanders, the key right now is 20.
I think Samson will probably go in the 3rd or 4th.
Who maneuvers to go get Shador Sanders, or they wait until he falls in their lap, right? That'll be interesting, because guess what? He will come back to haunt some of these organizations that pass on him. Count on that.
Mike Green from North Texas or whatever is probably who they're taking.
Shador Sanders hasn't been drafted yet, but not stunned. Maybe the bigger surprise is that Jalen Walker is still on the board. Jalen Walker had a 1% chance still. 15th selection. The Atlanta Falcons are a team that pick that makes sense here. Yeah, let's go back to Mel's graphic for a moment here if we can. We talk about quarterback sliding, and these have been some of those that you were talking about.
There's based on my grades and all the mocks and everything I was doing then. Who was the surprise? You see Geno Smith all the way into the 2nd round. Jimmy Clausen, bust, 2nd round, right? Brady Quinn, 2 Notre Dame quarterbacks, disappointment. Look at all the hits. Aaron Rodgers, Geno, Chad Pennington dropped 18. He was expected to go a lot higher. Brett Favre, 2nd round. Boomer Esiason, Bengals had 3 first-round picks, didn't take 4. He went to the 2nd round. Look how that turned out. Dan Marino dropped at the end of the 1st round. Cal Davis and Ken O'Brien went ahead of him. So it worked out really good for 6 of the 8 quarterbacks that slid from where they were ranked. We're waiting on Will Levis. I know everybody's, Will Levis should be on that list. More than 2 years, guys, okay? I'll wait on Will. Maybe Will is one on that list. He will be. We'll see how it works out. But 6 of the 8 that slid, I think Shador Sanders will as well.
But it's always important to the players when they go, because you want to get drafted as high as possible, because there's some satisfaction that comes with that, but where you go ultimately is what matters even more. And he just needs to get to the right place now.
And what we're showing here is a look at the uniqueness of Lambeau Field and Green Bay. This is just across the street. These are just people in their homes.
No, I was in the bathroom.
Enjoying themselves here in the shadow.
I used the bathroom, so I didn't hear what happened.
So extraordinarily special. Lambeau Field, which will this season be hosting the 69th consecutive season of continuously used stadium in the National Football League. So
I mean, Jalen Walker would be a good pick here.
To hold this extraordinary event. So the Atlanta Falcons, again, a team that has struggled on defense, struggled for pass rush. One of the few teams that has used all of its allotted time so far to give us all an opportunity to catch our breath. But I'm told that Roger Goodell has the pick in hand and is making his way to the stage now. So the Falcons will announce their selection here. It will be Atlanta, then the Arizona Cardinals on the clock after them. Then
I'm really surprised there hasn't, yeah, he played for Georgia. I'm really surprised that there hasn't been more trades.
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Well, there he is. That's a name we expected to hear earlier. He won the Buckus Award last year as the nation's best linebacker. 61 tackles and 6.5 sacks for the Bulldogs.
Where are the trades?
SEC, he was a five-star and a Gatorade Player of the Year coming out of high school in North Carolina.
Carolina took Central McMillan, didn't take Jalen Walker. That allows him to slide down here. Jalen Walker led the Georgia Bulldogs in tackles for loss of 10.5 and sacks with 6.5. He was all follow as well, getting after it. He was coming off that edge, and with Atlanta needs an edge rusher. For Jalen Walker, this guy is heavy hands. He jolts out opponents back. He's quick to trigger as an off-ball linebacker. Physical, taking on blocks. This kid, number 11, in every game Georgia played this year, guys, top.
Interesting, Mel. He's an off-the-ball linebacker, but the best thing that he does is rush on the edge. Very, very similar to a linebacker that plays for the Cowboys named Michael Parsons. His ability to line up at multiple positions and wreak havoc on the quarterback. He can play off the ball, he can play on the ball, but he was absolutely dynamite coming off the edge. Just as protective Longhorns, they could not do anything with him. You're going to block him with a tight end, a guard, a tackle. It does not matter. Heavy hand, and at an undersized rusher, Lord, to me, he reminds me of James Harrison. I'm not concerned about that he's only 6'1". We saw James Harrison at 6'1", play outside linebacker for the Steelers and dominate. Coming off the edge, rushing against offensive tackles. I think Jalen Walker can do the exact same thing at the same height.
Yeah, well, James Walker's a freak now at 5'11", 250 or whatever he was.
Yeah.
You know how good he is.
Yeah, exactly.
But Jalen's interesting because it's not a whole lot of technique involved with him. He just plays so hard, and he's so explosive, as you can see through his core with his hand, and he never gives up. Effort sacks are something that they're not effort sacks to him. They're just normal. That's just the way he plays. It'll be interesting to see what Raheem Morris does with him and where he plays him, because he does play all over the place. 2-point, hand down, off the ball, spy guy. I said in my notes, I said, this guy's going to be a hell of a blitzer. I pity any running back who has to step up in the A-gap and take on this dude. Because I'll tell you, you better have a strong neck. And you better be able to play low, because this dude is coming now, and he comes with a lot of fury. I'm looking forward to see what they do with him in order to get the pass rush they need.
Well, to that point, if at first you don't succeed, just keep trying and trying to get it. The Falcons have been trying to fix their pass rush since 6 weeks. This is another effort for Raheem Morris and this defense trying to fix this pass rush. Hopefully it works for him this time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that Mike Green is still on the board for Marshall, who was fantastic.
Yes, yes.
This is the first time the Falcons have used a top 15 pick on a defensive player since Vic Beasley in 2015. And we'll continue from Green Bay in 30 seconds after this word from Thrivent.
For some of us, personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Loved ones, neighbors, the communities we call home, and the causes we care about. At Thrivent, we help you plan your financial picture with the bigger picture in mind. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, and so we continue here live from Green Bay, where the Atlanta Falcons have just made Jalen Walker from Georgia the 15th.
I just hope the Chiefs don't get somebody good.
Cardinals are on the clock now. They will select next, and
Cincinnati, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Denver will round out the top 20 picks before we get to Pittsburgh at number 21. And that's the next spot where we might expect to see a quarterback. Mel, how about Arizona and what we should expect from the Cardinals here at 16?
Well, I talked about Calais Campbell going back there. So you look at that defensive tackle, you think about a guy like Janae Barron or Will Johnson, cornerback there, and being very versatile. And then Matthew Golden, that third receiver, that speed option. Matthew Golden ran 4.29 on the heels of a heck of a year. He was the go-to guy for the Texas Longhorns. I was surprised Kevin McMillan went ahead of Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden, after coming over to the Houston Cougars, was outstanding. He only had 2 drops all year, concentration drops. This kid comes to play. He's a professional playing that wide receiving spot. So they have some really good options set up here. I think we'll see where they go, Juice, because defense, like I say, Calais Campbell there, but he mentor a young defensive tackle. Or do they go corner, safety like Barron or Will Johnson, or help that wide receiver with Kyler Murray, Eddie Matthews?
Well, that's what I was going to say. And you talk about helping a young quarterback. It doesn't necessarily need to be wide receiver. You can help him with an offensive tackle also to protect him up front. That seems to be the thing, helping these young quarterbacks. Look what they did in Carolina. They went and got a receiver. Help the young quarterback. Look what they did in Chicago. We got him a tight end. You got to help him, whether with some weapons on the outside or protection up front.
Yeah, look, Jonathan Gadden, the head coach down there, former defensive coordinator, basically runs the defense.
Cincinnati's drafting a quarterback.
Down there. They need some juice off the edge. They need some juice on the inside.
James Pierce would be a good pick, I think.
The Eagles who wound up carrying it up in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. And you're right, they still do need wide receivers.
They drafted one, obviously, last year high in the draft, and Marvin Harrison Jr. had something of an up-and-down season in his first year there with Arizona when their quarterback, Kyler Murray. So the Cardinals pick is in, and the commissioner is making his way to the stage for the announcement of the Cardinals at 16.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
A lot of defense tackles being drafted.
In 2 colleges, first at Texas A&M, then an outstanding season at Ole Miss with 6.5 sacks, where he was a consensus All-American and a finalist for the Outland Trophy.
Yeah, production this year was not the problem. He had as many tackles for loss and sacks just one season as Mason Graham, who we really like, had in 2 seasons combined. So for Walter Nolan, the talent, I like the versatility, guys. You can move him
He was
around.
kind of all over the place. They had him like late first, early second. He was just kind of all over the board.
So I think from a standpoint of developing a young player, teaching him right, making him understand what it takes to be a professional football player, this is, I think, what Walter Nolan needs that will benefit him in his career.
And I think the Calais Campbell part is really necessary because Walter Nolan can be as good as he wants to be. He can be dominant, Greedy. He has multiple position versatility, but I line him up in 3 techniques because a guy like this has to get vertical, that can hit gaps and get to the quarterback. When you pick a defensive tackle this high, you're expecting impact play, not just tackles for losses. You want sacks, you want cause fumble. He's the twitchiest defensive tackle in the draft. He's got that He can get upfield and get around the offensive guard and get to the quarterback. My only problem with it is I didn't see it consistently enough. He was a 5-star. He was the #1 recruit coming out of high school. He's been the guy for a long time. He's worn that burden. So now, as he takes it to the next level, can we get the fries out of it? Can we get the sacks? Can we get the production? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? And I hate saying consistency when it comes to players, right? Because not every player does it all the time. You just want to see that that the pendulum swings to them being much more on than they're off. Walter, when he's on, when you talk about taking gaps, playing on the offensive side of the line of scrimmage, when they move him on stunts and he's slanting and he's running TTs inside, meaning tackles, he is disruptive as heck. But then, he'll just disappear and he'll get stuck on blocks and he's up and chasing the ball. If he can just smooth that out, they got a heck of a player.
Booger, you said it. ESPN ranked him the #1 recruit in the country coming out of high school in 2022. And now, after an outstanding season at Ole Miss, he's an Arizona Cardinal. The celebration is on with the family, the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow's team on the clock. We'll hear from them after this from Green Bay.
You think you know me? Why I do what I do? From day one, it's always been about them. My mama, my sister, DeAndre, Bucky, Shiloh, Shador, and Bossy. The coaches, players, that's family. Every move, every sacrifice, every step along the way. See, the spotlight may follow me, but I put all that light into them. Because it's never been about me. It's always been about family.
Being Courtyard's official fan ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long. See you on game day.
Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV?
It's like all their apps and channels are connected.
Oh, it's all connected. Shows, movies, sports, cooking shows.
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all your favorite stuff on one home screen? Uncanny content suggestions based on your watch history? Or mind control?
Were you recently electrocuted?
A better way to watch whatever you want to watch.
Well, I, for one, am
Try the $5 meal deal with new McValue. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect. The $5 meal deal with new McValue.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Dak going for it, and he fumbles. Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's app. He always delivers. And so does the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
If you can see how all of this fits together, we might have a chance.
Final Destination, Bloodlines, May 16, rated R.
Awesome.
Turn the off-season on again. With the NFL app, your home for all things NFL. Get the news, the highlights, and more access with a subscription to NFL Plus. For the picks, the moves, the plays. All in one place.
If James Pierce goes here, I can't promise that that I'll give you any of his cards, Corey. I mean, I might sell some to you, but I can't promise that. Can't promise I'll give you to you. Sorry, guys, I've not been very active. My phone's at like 27%, so I wanted to get a charge on it. Yeah, he's got really big character concerns.
To the 2025 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Welly.
Welcome to the 2025 Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where we are now on pick 17. The Cincinnati Bengals, a team that lost Sam Hubbard, a defensive end, to retirement.
Roman Hemby, Cornell Tate, Quinshon Judkins, he's in this draft, and Nico. Oh man, bruh, why?
All right, Chef, thank you. And that Bengals pick is in. They have the 3 big players to deal with during this offseason, and thus far, Hendrickson is the one they have not. They've taken care of the 2 wide receivers. So the offense looking good. The defense, major questions. Here's the commissioner to announce the 17th pick as we begin the second half of the first round of this draft. The commissioner enjoying the musical performance.
There we go.
Here's the selection.
You're on camera.
In the 2020
You're good. You can come in.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end.
You'll have to plug it on my chair here.
All right, so he was a top 10 national recruit coming out of Miami, and does he ever look the part? The athleticism
worst case scenario,
off
put
the
it
charts.
forward.
But Mel, we've talked about it throughout this draft process. Just 4.5 sacks in 3 seasons at College Station. So it's a difference between the traits and the production.
I got a couple people join in.
AOG's block the LTP. That's AOG's another occupation guy, right? The guys will not play professional football, neutralize and handle Shamar Stewart. 1.5.
That was my brother.
4.5 for his career. The last 7 games of the year, 3 successive seasons, he didn't record a sack.
Shamar Stewart. Now this is where I would expect Seattle to take quarterback.
Ethan Hill Hunter had 4.5 career last year at LSU. He's got 99.5 sacks. He averages 11 sacks a year in the NFL. That's an outlier, right? Will Shamar Stewart, who we know about an LTP or looks the part, 6'5", 267, 4'5", 40, 160, 10, 34 1/8 arms, and a 40 vertical. Are you kidding me? He should be getting double-digit sacks, Bug. What's the problem?
Mel, here's the thing I'll tell you. I'd rather drive a Mercedes than a pickup truck because I like to drive fast. At least I know I can go fast in the Mercedes. And it's up to the defensive line coach to get the best out of him because you can take this young man with the traits.
Because you know everything Cincinnati, buddy. Jamar Chase. That's my favorite player in the NFL. I've got like 4 or 5 of his autographs. Did they say that he was a defensive end or a linebacker or a tackle?
And I just wonder how this is going to impact Trey Hendrickson and what they do with him.
You know, they need somebody like Trey Hendrickson around to show this young man how to rush the best, right? Think of some of the players he's played with. You have other guys who you can sit and watch. Like, it's not just going to be on their new defensive coordinator, Al Gold. He can't just be the one who's going to teach this young man how to pass rush. There's got to be people in the locker room that are going to help him as well. He plays hard as hell. I mean, hard. They move him from a 9 technique outside the tackle. They'll put him over the nose. And he can collapse the pocket, but he just doesn't have a plan.
The Rise in Business takes us back to the stage. Molly is with Shamar. Molly.
Thanks, Greeny. Shamar, scouts and GMs all rave about your physical gifts. You have a longer wingspan than LeBron James. How are you built to play in this league?
Man, I'm built for it. I'm made for my hard body. I'm made from this. I'm ready.
The Bengals' new defensive coordinator, Al Golden, known for his aggressive style. How can he bring out the best in you?
Man, just tell me going straight line, I'll figure everything else out.
All right, well, Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow's jobs just got a little bit harder in the AFC North. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greeny.
Molly, thank you very much. Shamar Stewart, again, the magnificent physical talent. The production that has
Bro, that white helmet with the black stripes is such a nice helmet.
Early tonight, Mike Green still on the board. A lot of pass rushers in this draft. It was interesting to see which order.
Oh, Seahawks pick is in.
Now they are starting to do just that. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock, followed by Tampa and Denver, and we'll be back in 15 seconds after this word from Thrivent.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, we are back in Green Bay. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock in an interesting offseason for Seattle after they send away Geno Smith and they sign up Sam Darnold. So it's sort of a new era there with their second-year coach Mike McDonald. What direction should we be expecting now for the Seattle Seahawks here picking at number 18?
We talked about a lot about the interior of the offensive line, and Tyler Booker is gone, and there's other guys that are available. I think we talked about versatility, Bug and Lou, and that's where Gray Zabel, North Dakota State. I know some teams in the late first round were hoping he would slide through the cracks, but the versatility to play every position on the offensive line, practice at center at the Senior Bowl. Gray Zabel, I know he could have gone anywhere he wanted. He stayed at North Dakota State, loyal to that program, and he can play anywhere on that line, but he could be a Pro Bowl guard at the pro level.
Especially if they feel really good about their 2 tackles, those young tackles they taken in the draft, Charles Cross and Abraham Luke. If they feel really good about those tackles, then I agree with Mel. Attacking the interior of the line is the way to go.
We got 5 people in the chat now.
One trade so far, the fewest in any first round in the common draft.
Who are the Seahawks getting?
We'll see if those start. But here's the commission.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
So there he is, Mel. There's your guy. You just mentioned it. He had NIL offers to leave North Dakota State, but stayed in part so he could play with his brother. And as a result, he won his second FCS championship last year, got invited to the Senior Bowl. He was great there. This, by the way, is the 4th year in the last 5 the Bison have had an offensive lineman selected in the draft.
Yeah, you look at him starting the first 3 games at left guard in 2023.
Gray Zabel.
For the rest of that season. This past year, he's at left tackle for North North Dakota State. He's getting the job done again, getting it done there. Started the final 36 games of his career.
No, he was a guard at North Dakota State. North Dakota State's had a couple guards drafted the last couple years. They produce pretty good. They produce pretty good offensive linemen.
You go back to 23, as you mentioned, and you watch him there, where he started those games at left guard. He looked like a Pro Bowler. He looked like a guy who's going to be all rookie immediately, and he's going to challenge for a Pro Bowl spot. The arm length does show up to tackle for him. He doesn't have that kind of physical range to deal with some of the pass rushers he would deal with in the NFL. But at guard, he's plug and play.
So he's headed to Seattle. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be next. Congratulations to Gray Zabel and his family. Again, the Bucs are on the clock, then the Broncos, then the Steelers. When will we have our next quarterback selected? We'll find out shortly. We're live in Green Bay. We're back in a moment on ESPN.
I'm opening this box starting at pick 25. This guy's projected to be undrafted, but I think he's pretty good. Francisco Magoa. What is that shiny card? There's a shiny card there. Braden Shager. Mellow Dotton. I don't know those guys. Oh, it's a purple. Oh, it's a Michigan. Missouri. Brady Cook. Brady Cook, baby. Brady Cook is on my other YouTube channel, my gaming YouTube channel. Me and my friends did an online SEC dynasty with the new college football video game, and I was in control of Missouri. And I would throw for like 600 yards at this guy every game. I sucked. I couldn't play defense, but I was pretty good playing with this dude. It's not numbered, but that's a really pretty card. And he is in this year's draft. I don't know if he'll get drafted, but he is in it. Yeah, Burden was originally projected like a top 20 pick, and then he fell to being projected to a late first, and then he fell even more and was projected to be second round pick. So I don't even know if he'll get drafted tonight.
Try the new croissant toast sandwiches. It just meals good at Panera.
Chime exists to help everyday Americans make it. When you build your credit to build yourself up, when payday comes on your terms, when your girl math starts mathing, oh yeah, you're making it. Success doesn't happen overnight, but as you progress, you start to feel it. See, when you're going after something bigger, hustling for something better, baby, you're making it.
Graduates, today you enter the real world, ready for whatever lies ahead, except for the following, which you are likely to find exceedingly difficult. Going to a 9-to-5 job, doing your taxes, putting on a duvet cover, taking off a duvet cover, realizing you're never gonna go to the gym. This guy knows what I'm talking about. In summary, life is hard, but
There's
saving
a
money by
Cole Kmet
bundling your home and
rookie.
auto with Progressive is easy. Oh yeah, deciding what
Gonzo
to do every
rookie.
night for the rest of your life.
Devontae Smith, rookie. Emmitt Smith.
With the first selection in the
Jerry
2005
Rice.
NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Alex Smith.
Forget franchise. Aaron Rodgers will be solid. How far he drops is going to be the storyline of the day.
Miami Dolphins select Ronnie Brown, Parnell Williams, Antrell Roll.
A week and a half ago, looked like Aaron was going to be
Yeah.
the guy. I like Aaron Rodgers a lot, and somebody's going to get themselves a heck of a steal.
With the 24th selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Aaron Rodgers.
A rare Mel Kiper W.
Last moment brought to you by Ego. possibilities that we would have Shedeur Sanders still on the board available.
I think these group of people are the only group of people that had Shedeur Sanders being a top 10 player. He's not good. And on top of that, his attitude's even worse.
At 21, Adam Schechter, what can you tell us?
Well, Green, we're not going to see Shedeur picked at 19 or 20. The Buccaneers are sticking at 19. The Broncos are sticking at number 20, and that would bring us to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. That is the pick that a lot of people have wondered whether the team would take it. He's got some support within the organization. Mike Tomlin is a fan of Shedeur Sanders. Offensive coordinator Arthur Smith is a fan of Shedeur Sanders. Both the Steelers also need help at defensive tackle, wide receiver, running back, some other positions. And if they don't take them, there's a real possibility Shedeur Sanders still could be on the board Friday night.
All right, Chef D, and there you saw Shedeur with his legendary father and longtime coach, Deion Sanders, been his coach all through his life. But the Buccaneers are on the clock right now, and here comes the commissioner with the 19th selection.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
That's a little bit of a surprise, a terrific player. We thought they might go defense, but if you think of all the great pass catchers Ohio State has sent to the NFL, even in the last handful of years, consider Emeka Egbuka is the school's all-time leading receiver. Now, 205 catches over 4 seasons.
Yeah, the only thing really slowed Emeka Egbuka down was that left ankle injury in 2023. Missed 3 games mid-season, came back at 41 catches. The year prior to that, he had 74 catches for 15-6 average and 10 touchdowns. This past year, 81 catches, 12-5 average, and 10 touchdowns. I've called him a professional receiver. You know what you're getting with Emeka Egbuka, Lou. Once he ran that 4.47 40, that solidified him as a late first, maybe even a mid-first, but Emeka Egbuka running under 4.5 with the kind of production.
The Seahawks had the pick before. They drafted that Gray Zabel dude.
Professional approach is how he became a first-round draft choice.
Think about where Emeka plays primarily, right?
Also, that's the first Ohio State player to be drafted.
Up inside, to make contested catches right in the middle of the field. Who does that for Tampa Bay? Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin coming off of a very, very significant injury. This makes you wonder. They must be concerned a little bit about what's going on with Chris Godwin and maybe his availability, who knows, for 2025. Because this is not for certain. Mike Evans getting a little bit older. This is a little bit of a curveball of a pick. But when you start trying to think about why this may have happened, you have to start really following the breadcrumbs.
It also makes you wonder if you're Tampa, who's going to rush the passer? Greeny, you said we were thinking defense.
Yes.
They need an edge rusher. They signed Hassan Reddick on a 1-year deal. They need more juice coming off the edge in this Todd Bowles defense.
Well, Booker, you live in Tampa. You've been telling me all along they were going to go defense.
Everyone told me they were going to go defense, and then they did.
But again, this is not in any way a reflection on Emeka Egbuka, who is a terrific player. There you see Todd Bowles, the coach of the Buccaneers. So the Denver Broncos are on the clock, and then the Steelers will pick next. It's been an intriguing night, and it's about to get all the more interesting. We're back in Green Bay in just a moment.
The 2025 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott, is brought to you by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business today.
Mine was earned in Germany, 1984.
I earned it for my family in 1945.
Mom earned it for us.
USAA membership is for those who served and can be shared with their spouses, then kids, and their kids for generations to come. And because our members know USAA's commitment to serving the military community, they're proud to start their family's legacy.
So I'm in, and so is our family.
USAA. See if you can become a member today. Members who switch saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
I was tired of being told no. No to my dreams.
1 subscriber away from 80, guys. We're almost there. Almost at our first 100 subscribers.
Started a business.
I appreciate the support.
I know.
Is this yours?
Yeah.
No way. Yes, way. Look at it.
There's nothing like that first Mercedes feeling. Experience the feeling yourself at a local Mercedes-Benz dealer.
Really?
Let's start paying attention to breasts when it matters the most. Early detection for breast cancer is a game changer, and why I'm able to be here today. So let's get more women screened than ever before at yourattentionplease.com.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering each easy-to-use platform now comes with
Broncos are taking their time here. I got a minute and a half left.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the season.
Is somebody trying to trade up in front of the Steelers?
Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
50 seconds.
Continues in Miami, Sunday, May 4th on ABC, the exclusive home of F1.
Welcome back to Green Bay. The Denver Broncos are on the clock at number 20, and right now it's time for a look at Mel's best available.
Will Johnson's kind of falling.
Hey, you got some good ones. Shador, I'm a man for it, as I was with Aaron Rodgers. New Orleans, hey, I'm going to wait and see who makes a move to get Shador Sanders before I start talking about those organizations that will want them. Will Johnson, we don't expect the injury. That was effective where he went. Good corner. Had he been healthy through the process, would have been a top 10 to 15 pick. I love Amari and Hampton for Denver. I've said it for 3 months. They need a running back who's complete. He is to help out Bo Nix. Josh Simmons was the best tackle before he got hurt in October in that game against Oregon. That's why he's still available. Right tackle, left tackle could play guard as well. And I'm surprised Matthew Golden, once he ran 4.29, on the heels of a great year in Texas, on the heels of 2 really good years at Houston with the Cougars. Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I think Will Howard will be good. I like Brady Cook. I like
An interesting night, very strange one in some ways. We had the enormous trade at the very beginning. Jacksonville moving up from 5 to 2.
Kyle McCord. I really like Kyle McCord.
In round 1, and I'll mention again the fewest in any first round in the common draft era was 3, and that goes back to 1971 is the most recent time. So we generally had a lot more than that. The Broncos pick is in, and here comes the commissioner with a special guest to make the selection.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes.
Isn't Michael Pratt already in the league?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he plays for the Packers.
Those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled
Freaky T,
cancer.
where are you from?
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Oh, Bristol.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
That's interesting.
It's a wonderful moment. Jahdae Barron, the young man grew up in Austin, much decorated in his final season with the Longhorns, Mel. A consensus All-American won the Jim Thorpe Award as the best defensive back in the country. Had 5 interceptions on the season.
Yeah, 2 Texas Longhorns ran great at the combine and needed to. Matthew Golden up and talking about the 4.29. How about Janae Barron running a 4.39 when somebody run 4.45 to 4.5 at 5'11", 195 pounds. Plays everywhere in that secondary for Texas. Super smart.
I figured they were going with North Carolina's running back.
Many tackles at all. He had 67 tackles, 5 interceptions, 11 pass breakups. This past year, Janae Barron did. Short tackler, instinctive, versatile guy. He played anywhere in the deep patrol.
Yeah, this is another guy that Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of Texas, just raves about. He raves about Barron because of the fact that he's a great locker room guy. He's a guy who can fit in with everyone. He's kind of a spokesman for a team. He kind of settles everyone down. And as far as on the football field, you're right. He's super versatile. Can play inside and outside. Has great instincts, great vision, route development and understanding, and willingness to come up and hit. Play strong at the catch point. That's what Vance Joseph's going to want out there in Denver, where they play some pretty good defense. Him and Patrick Surtain II, that's a pretty good group of corners right now when you're talking about the Denver Broncos.
And as you start to look at it, he's a faster version of what Brian Branch does for the Detroit Lions. A multiple position player that can play inside, outside, that can play in the middle of the field. He can do it all, kind of a joker on defense. He will be used very well in Denver.
Yes. All right, and so now we get to the Steelers at 21, and this is a spot that obviously we have had circled for quite some time. Adam Schechter, what can you tell us?
Well, Greeny, one of the most intriguing spots in the draft. Shedeur Sanders is still on the board right now. The Pittsburgh Steelers still are awaiting an answer from Aaron Rodgers. One person in the league said today they wondered how that combination, Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders, could go along if the Steelers went that route. But there are no assurances that Pittsburgh is going to go that route at number 21 when they have other needs as well. This will be an organizational decision. If they take Shedeur, he has a new home. If they don't, then we have entered into a really intriguing part of the draft where Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are alive. And interestingly, the belief around the league is that the Saints and the Giants both really like Jackson Dart.
So, Shefty, there's an irony in all of this, Mel, because you keep making the comparisons to Aaron Rodgers and the way that he slid through the draft, and now perhaps Rodgers playing some role in Pittsburgh's decision as they make this pick here at 21. But we're waiting to see if this is the spot. Shedeur Sanders will finally hear his name called.
The Steelers have no second-round pick. That went to Seattle for DK Metcalf. So they're sitting here with a pick. We talked about Derek Harmon. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon, could be mentored by Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward can't play great forever, right? He's a Hall of Famer, but he's nearing 2 more years, maybe 3. So you bring in maybe.
I don't think they'll draft Shedeur here.
At 21, have it 5.
And I think Jackson Dart should go before Shedeur does.
They haven't had any losing seasons in a long time, but 21. They haven't won a playoff game in 9 years. In this division, with Burrow and Lamar and the AFC loaded with great quarterbacks, and you have Mason Rudolph, and there's Shedeur sitting there, and you have no second-round pick. Where's the young quarterback coming in, Bug? I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. I prefer him in New Orleans. I don't know what the Saints were thinking there. That's their decision. I disagree with it. But if I'm Pittsburgh, Shedeur Sanders.
Mel Kiper is so funny because he thinks that he should make the pick for every single NFL team.
The pick is in. The commissioner is making his way to the stage. Will this be the moment that we hear the second quarterback's name, or will the drop continue?
Give me Jackson Dart.
With the announcement.
I called it.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
I did not call it.
You can hear the roar in this crowd. That is the surprise of many, and it is echoed on this stage. Let's talk about Derek Harmon, the young man to rush the passer from the interior of that D-line. Led all defensive tackles and quarterback pressures. With 34, Mel, he was fabulous at the combine.
Man, I would love to be able to have like a podcast with a group of guys where we sit here and we talk about the draft. It'd be so much fun. Let me announce the picks, bro.
He really, this year, took his game from a competitive standpoint to a new level. I know Michigan State kept waiting for it to really hit home. And really
No, he's a defensive tackle.
This talent indicated he could be, and this year he did it. He was disruptive. He got in the backfield. He hit Quinshot Judkins in that game on October 12th caused that fumble when Ohio State had all the momentum. You watch him, guys, he can get into the backfield. Plays a little high, but he is a guy who can learn from Cam Hayward. Bugman, will they weigh that position, that need, and having a guy that can be maybe the heir apparent to Cam Hayward against the quarterback Shador Sanders? They opted for Derek Harmon because they love the fact he could be the next guy to take over for Cam Hayward.
Well, no doubt. You talk about Cam Hayward getting a little long in his tooth. This is something that Pittsburgh doesn't have, which is interior pass rush. You mentioned he led all defensive tackles as far as pass rush pressures from the inside. And when you look at Keanu Benton, they took out of Wisconsin, he's played well, but getting to the passer hasn't been his forte. This is an opportunity to fortify the defense in front. Again, pass on the quarterback, fortify the defense in front with T.J. Watt. I like what the Steelers are doing. You just wonder, without Aaron Rodgers, who's going to play quarterback position for them?
That's a great question. We don't know right now.
No one knows.
Guess it'll be Mason Rudolph.
One wonders if they know. And by the way, the Steelers' last first-round defensive lineman was Cam Hayward, whom they selected 31st in 2011. So there's the celebration in the Steelers draft room. The question is, when will the next quarterback come off the board? Come on back and find out. The Chargers are on the clock. We're back in Green Bay in just a moment.
Yeah, baby.
Being Courtyard's official fan ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Butterfly. Wait, what?
Yeah. See you on game day.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Order a 10-piece McNuggets meal with spicy nether flame sauce. And unlock epic add-ons in Minecraft. Only when you order on the McDonald's app. Let's build.
Gatorade, the world's most superior sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you?
Hey, Jake the State Farm. I say so much bundling, it inspired my workout. Oh! Oh!
Okay, and this is Auto again, right?
Oh! Hey, this is my living room. Oh!
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan.
The dog isn't allowed on the couch, Derek.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower. The most powerful mower in its class, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Find an Ego retailer near you.
$6 never tasted so good. IHOP's Breakfast Faves combo is now just $6. Featuring IHOP's world-famous buttermilk pancakes, crispy hickory smoked bacon, and 2 eggs cooked to order your way. All for just $6. Part of the new $6 House Faves menu.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome you in.
Closer than you think. Serving up deals, advice, and more.
Hey. Hi.
April 21st to 27th.
Let's take a look.
Get started today.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey looking lost.
Hey, I'm looking for a one. I'm looking for a one. Could you pull me aisle 27?
Find what you need faster with the Lowe's app.
Welcome back to Green Bay. Now time for another look at your best available players. Brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with Shador because I got a list of some guys who were great in the NFL, but they were old school pocket passers, and where they slid. Now the NFL didn't really regard them highly coming out of college. That's a long list of names. The quarterbacks went on to be outstanding in the National Football League. Will Johnson, the injury affected him, pushed him down. Marion Hampton surprised Denver. They take what Denver opted to go a different direction, and Denver took Shanae Barron, the cornerback safety from Texas. All of a sudden, Hampton could drop a little bit to running back, not a big need. MVPs here. Josh Simmons would have been a top 5, top 10 pick and nothing for an injury. Medically, he should be ready to go for training camp. There's Matthew Golden. He would fit with the Chargers are looking for as well. Two catches the football. He has great speed, but at 14.9. The Chargers needs right now interior offensive line, wide receiver, tight end.
James Pierce Jr. still ain't been drafted yet, has he?
There isn't any question, however, this has become now the story of the night. Shedeur Sanders, according to our draft day predictor, there was a 96% chance that he would be selected in the first 21 picks entering this draft, 21 being the operative number with the Steelers. So we are now in that zone where we wait to see if any team chooses to trade up from the second round to make the aggressive
move. We always act like we're in the 6th round of the draft right now. The short hitters haven't been picked. And we're still where Lamar Jackson wasn't taken. And the last time I checked, the total rating from Peyton Hurst, a 25-year-old tight end at the time out of South Carolina, tight end. And then they traded back into 32 to take Lamar Jackson. We're going to pack it up at the end of day 1 and get ready for day 2, right? Here's Lamar Jackson. That list of the pocket pass. Johnny Unitas, cut by the Steelers, passed over, right? No matter what. Dan Marino passed over for Cal Davis and Ken O'Brien.
It's right? Like the Chargers are on the phone with somebody.
Kurt Warner, undrafted free agent. Peyton Manning, he heads the league like Ryan Leaf over and put Phil Foley to take him #1 overall. Matt Ryan. Jake Long went ahead of Matt Ryan. They took him so far, something from Cat Henning over Matt Ryan. Hockey guy, how'd that work out, right? Drew Brees, 2nd round. Chargers and Miami didn't take him.
And Mel Kiper really liked Shedeur Sanders.
Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, Kirk Cousins, 4th round pick. They're all positional drop back pocket passes. I didn't mention the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, 6th round pick. So just think about that list. The NFL didn't like him back with Johnny Unitas came out of Louisville. They didn't like him now. Now you can burn 9 out of 10 times by passing on these guys.
But I don't know if it's that the NFL doesn't like them. I think the NFL is saying that those quarterbacks, maybe like Shedeur Sanders, they don't do anything special. So we talked about earlier in the show about people getting wild with the all-platform throws and all these different things. Shedeur Sanders plays point guard from the pocket, and maybe they're not valuing that in the first round right now.
But you know what, Doug? He does do something special. The first thing that quarterback whisper, guys who we respect the most as far as helping quarterback, that the first thing that they talk about when they're talking about what does it take to play quarterback at a high level in the NFL, they don't say wild throws. They don't say great traits. They say exactly what you said in your own highlight. Decision making, yes. Accuracy. That's what they say. Shedeur has made great decisions in the pocket, outside the pocket. When he's getting his head knocked off, he's made great decisions. He throws the football with accuracy. The whole arm strength thing, I mean, come on. Look, how many times? He's a nice passer of the football. It's as simple as that. He just is. What this comes down to, look, I'm going to try and look at this from a team perspective, right? Every team likes, teams like players. It's just a matter of what prices they want to pay, right? So they figure for him, if we're judging the landscape right here, we don't need to pay top 15 prices, top 20 prices. Heck, we may not even need to pay first round prices. Does that mean I agree with it? But they need no. Right. The most important position. Hey, they're taking all the teams that are passing on them right now, as Mel just mentioned, are taking a gamble. They're taking a gamble. The teams who need a quarterback, and if you pass on him and he winds up having a Drew Brees type of career, a Tom Brady type of career, which he's totally capable of. You're going to sit back and teams there's going to be a lot of revisionist history on here. I get that. There's going to be a lot of case studies done on why did people pass on him? Was it because they thought he was cocky? Was it because of his dad? Was it because he was too fresh? All the other nonsense that you hear. Because it isn't because of how he plays the game. I agree with you. It's not how he plays the game.
All right, we have only had one quarterback selected. We have only had one trade made. If Shedeur Sanders was going to get drafted here, it would have to be a trade because Justin Herbert is going to be the quarterback of the Los Angeles Chargers. So I said that facetiously. Obviously, this isn't going to be the spot. So the Chargers are on the clock here. Then we will have the hometown Green Bay Packers. So no doubt we'll get a jolt from this crowd. You see Jim Harbaugh's team has made its selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
Finally. Took them long enough. All right, let's see who the Chargers get here.
22nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton.
Good pick.
North Carolina.
Mel, a player you love, back-to-back monster seasons for the Tar Heels, over 1,500 yards in 2023, over 1,600 last year, 30 touchdowns on the ground, and he added 67 catches as well.
Yeah, just turned 22 on March 16th. I thought he'd be a Denver Bronco, and he goes to the division. Now he can haunt the Broncos a little bit, right? With the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh wants to run the football. Obviously, you got to stop the runs.
Staying in the powder blue jersey.
Maureen Hampton at 220-plus pounds, ran 4.46. Talk about a guy at 622 carries his career, has 128 fewer than Ashton Jeanty. So a lot of tread left on those tires. I know that contact and being able to go running through contact, he will do that. Excels at picking up yards and breaking tackles after that contact with the leg drive, the determination, and that breakaway speed he possesses. Very good hands as well. Had a career high 38 receptions, 2 touchdown catches this year. Doesn't have the elusiveness of a Jeanty and the ability there to make people miss on a consistent basis. Pass blocking needs to improve just a bit, but the athleticism and one cut he can go. Maureen Hampton will hit that hole hard, and he will break tackles. He is a game breaker. Joe Mixon, 120-plus pounds. That's Joe Mixon right there. That's what it looks like. Joe Mixon wearing the North Carolina uniform.
And you put him in this offense where they want to run the football with Harbaugh coming downhill. This is a perfect fit for Maureen Hampton.
Oh yeah, they got Hampton and Najee Harris now.
Draft on the road. We will reach that moment that we look forward to every year. The home team is on the clock, and just listen to these fans in Green Bay. Hundreds of thousands of cheeseheads as far as the eye can see. Fans so excited. The people of this terrific city have been so excited to host this event. We have all felt it all week long. There's been no question about it. And so with all the energy here, the Green Bay Packers, part of that incredibly tough division now in the NFC North. A lot of interesting news. Will this be the year that Jordan Love takes that step forward? What do the Packers need to do? They got the quarterback position in the area and always looking for edge rushers. Obviously, adding another wide receiver. They had great luck in the second round, taking wide receivers, still can lose. So I look at that quarterback spot. Will Johnson's the guy. You talk about getting the value for a heck of a player.
What video do I upload tomorrow? I've got like 3 or 4 I need to upload.
So when is Will Johnson going to come up? We're going to get scored. Will Johnson, another guy, was projected way up there. We don't know what his 40 speed is. His Justice about his recovery ability to do. But as a corner, we can anticipate and break in the ball. 9 career receptions, 3 career pick sixes. I think it's interesting to see how far Will Johnson dropped. Yeah, it's all about how comfortable teams are with the benefit of Will Johnson. That's what it's going to be.
I don't even really know what the Packers need right here. I'm thinking corner or receiver, probably.
That Michigan said, look, this guy has hands, has ball skills like Champ Bailey. The guy can snatch the ball and take the ball to the air like that. You think the Packers can need that? This comes down to the medical. Simple as that. Are they comfortable? When they project forward how long he's going to wind up, playing in the NFL, what's going to be the risk? All of that, that's what's going to come down to Will Johnson, because they have nothing to do with how they get him in place. He's fantastic, especially what they have going on with Johnny Alexander. To me, this has got to be edge. Cornerback. You got Mike Green. I'm going to say he led the nation in sacks last year. So edge or corner out of play for Green Bay. I think that underrated guy we haven't even discussed yet. It's going to go in the late first row, except for Donovan Ezra. All this kid does is get after the quarterback. He was a sack machine, and he plays hard. Now, he's 247 pounds. He's a number one on the field of the issue, but there's a rusher, still is rusher. Donovan Ezra was right there with the top guy. Speaking of edge guy, how about James Pierce? Yes, James Pierce is sliding down. James Pierce is a threat now. He is. He ran 4.4 plus pounds. It's still a flat out rush, but again, it's about trust. It's about how comfortable are you with. But there's no reason James Pierce should be on the board right now. When you watch this stuff, there's no reason he should be on the board. But you're getting into that area of the draft, Randy, where teams have some questions, right? And so now you're sitting there going, hey, there's the value keeper to pass up. So there are some darn good football players still on the board right now. They're going to play real good football this fall. As you told me, it's about mitigating risk. That's right. That's what it's about mitigating risk based on the talent that you have, based on what you know. That's right. Your point. You talk about Andrew Watson, talk about Mike Green, all those guys that are football players. Which one do you think you can mitigate the risk? I'll tell you what, as they are in Europe. He's a great kid. A great person. And I'll tell you, two other kids is UCLA Bruins. I call them having an entry with the Kentucky Derby coming up for Saturday night, right? How about old Sunday Oladejo and Carson Schwarzenegger? Watching draw ball was everywhere, making best instincts in the draft. And Oladejo, when they moved them all ball outside, the quarterback. So those are two UCLA Bruins going to be really good late one, early two. So all the speculation here at this desk has been about defense. I've had a lot of Packer fans come up to me this week and say, "Really, we never take a wide receiver in the first round." That's what I'm going to say. Matthew Golden is still on the board now. I've said his name about 5 times already with that. Matthew Golden to me, I can say, "Well, you have 1 year of production." I thought in Houston, for what they were asking him to do for 2 years, he did a solid job. And then this year, it was supposed to be Isaiah Bonds. It was Matthew Golden. Then Matthew Golden ran a 4.29. I don't know what else the kid needed to do. Yeah, you'd like to see 2 years in Texas, but he only had 1 season, and he did it all, and then he ran great. Matthew Golden here, are you kidding me? In the late first round, when Millen already went, and the Booth already went. But Steve Sarkisian, look, he's such a great guy to talk to, get insight about it.
Bro, these teams are taking their time.
And he said it about Matthew Golden. It took him some time when he got him in order to kind of get him comfortable in his offense. And he wanted to get over a role that many people thought was going to be Isaiah Bonds. And he said, look, this guy will do it exactly the way you asked him to. And the reason why he ran so fast, he said, I promise you, he worked that in the team. Nobody expected him to run that fast. It's a typical good work ethic. That's another reaction you're hearing as the words, the pick is in, just popped up on the screens here, as you can see on your screen as well. So the Packers fans all in attendance waiting to hear who their team will add in this first round tonight. It's been a fascinating first round. Again, we've had only 1 quarterback come off the board. We've had only 1 trade. There have never been fewer than 3 first-round trades. And the last time that we had that few was back in 1971. So the Packers will make this pick here at 23. Their division rivals, the Minnesota Vikings, will be up next at 24, followed by Houston, and then the Rams. So we'll continue to wait for spots where a quarterback may go, and now we're looking here at the Green Bay Packers. They're set to make their pick. So the pick is in. I told the commission they'll be making his way to the stage shortly. A Packer team that had some good moments last year, made a playoff run, but played in such a tough, competitive division. The Vikings obviously had that great year. The Detroit Lions, despite all their defensive injuries, finishing as the number 1 seed in the NFC, falling short of that playoff run as well. So the Packer fans here dancing and singing and waiting to hear where they go until the commissioner is finally now going to make his way out. And so the pick is ready. And here comes the commissioner with a very special guest who will be very well received here in Green Bay. Okay, Green Bay, it's your time to make this historic pick. Please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers president and CEO, Mark Murphy. Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable? Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here. On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? We also have the best owners in the NFL.
Quit talking and make the selection.
And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002,
Took him long enough. For real. They, the president talked for so dang long. His suit's really nice. I love his suit. That's bad news for my boy Christian Watson, though. Vikings are up. Ontario Brown, Carson Beck, Ethan Burke, and Malachi Starks. Has he gotten drafted? No.
For so many reasons, there is no other team in professional sports quite like the Green Bay Packers, and Mark Murphy did a great job of explaining some of those, and so that was the kind of moment you practically cannot get anywhere else in sports. Matthew Golden is going to address the crowd. Let's hear what he says. Now he went to the microphone, but perhaps not. Well, he'll address Murphy instead. It's time, baby. It's a blessing. Green Bay on three. Hey, let me get Green Bay on three. 1, 2, 3. I'll give it to you. All right, Verizon Business to Molly, who is with the man of the moment. Molly.
Matthew, that was a warm welcome from your new fan base. What is it like to stand here in front of all these Packers fans?
Man, it's a blessing. I'm putting so much work to get here, and I got my family here, man. They mean the most to me, man. I can't thank God enough. I can't thank God enough.
At Texas, you stepped up big when the lights were brightest. How will you do that here in Green Bay?
That's what you should expect from me, man. I'm a reliable target, and I get over anywhere on the field, man. Whatever the team needs me to do, that's what I'm going to do. But I'm bringing that dog mentality, you know that.
All right, welcome home.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned the Combine 4.29. That opened a lot of eyes. 58 catches, 9 touchdowns, and 1 season. Right there on my board. That was getting a pick number 23. We're talking about this year. 9 games, the average 20-plus yards per catch. Look at the Houston Cougars over a 2-year period. 76 catches. That was 13 yards and 13 touchdowns. At Texas this year, he was outstanding, and he came up big at critical moments in key games. SEC championship game against Georgia.
Henry Toto, former Tennessee ball. Jaden Reed. Hayden O'Connell. And Jahmyr Gibbs.
He was underappreciated all year for what he did for an offense that needed him. And every time he used a big catch, Matthew Golden got open and made, let's say, 9 games to average over 20 yards a catch. Is pretty impressive.
And I was impressed with his ability to separate. That's what a quarterback wants to see. Separation from the defender, knowing that you can throw the football to him on time and accurately. And when you look at Green Bay, it's often said that Green Bay has a lot of receivers. They got a lot of
You wanted the Giants to draft Henry Toto? No, this is a shiny one.
Reaction, they will be booed as loudly as the Packers were cheered. Here comes Roger Goodell with the selection. We're the 24th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. All right, so there's the reaction from the crowd. Versatility is the word that comes to mind. He started 31 games at left guard for the Buckeyes, then kicked out to left tackle, then played great. So Donovan Jackson goes to Minnesota, but I'm told to go. Adam Schefter has breaking news for us. Sheffy, what can you tell us? Brady, we said this would be the quarterback range, and the New York Giants.
The Giants. Giants have traded. Giants are on the clock. Giants are on the clock.
Pick number 99 and the third round pick in 2026. The Giants at 25 are on the clock. Look for a quarterback here.
Who are we thinking it's going to be? I hope it's Jackson Dart, bro. I do. Oh, man. They take Shedeur Sanders. I'll be so sad. Let it be Jackson Dart. I'd rather Jackson Dart go to the Giants than I would him go to the Steelers. Come on. Show us Jackson. Show us Jackson. Show us Jackson. Show us Jackson. I think I have one Shedeur Sanders card, but I don't know where it's at. He just got a hug. Maybe it's Jackson Dart. Or maybe it wasn't Jackson Dart. Or maybe it was Jackson Dart. I don't know. Bro. Y'all getting Tyler Shuck. Relief Brown. Justin Ademilola. Peyton Thorne. Xavion Balladay. Xavier Worthy. That one's numbered to 250.
Let's talk salary. Great. What do you typically offer for this role? It's competitive. And if it was a number, it would be a competitive number. With Indeed, you can avoid awkward salary conversations from the start. Well, a number. Is it competitive?
Why do 80% of NFL players choose to sleep over smart bet? Because the higher my sleep IQ score, the better I play. But that's not the only reason.
You like to side burn? I like my side soft.
Sleep Number does that effortless comfort all night. So sleeping on a smart bed is why you can play like this? Yeah, because I also like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
And I really like it when we both get what we want. Sleep Number does that. Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
Dash Pass saves you money on DoorDash, so you can skip the trip to the grocery store and stay right where you need to be. Dash Pass by DoorDash. Your door to more savings.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes out 5 days a week.
Who was it? I ain't seen the pick yet.
Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price. Delivered fast.
Bruh.
To their door. For quality meds. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
For football, experience the game like never before. The access, the action, you see United Football League, Saturday at 7.
Well, you want to buy any of these Jackson Dart cards from me? I'll sell them to you.
Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment. Phillies, Cubs, big-time talent shines with the friendly confines on Sunday Night Baseball.
Got this red one, this purple one, this base one, this making the grade one.
Just had our second trade of the night here in round one. The New York Giants have just traded up into the Houston Texans spot at number 25. And Adam Schefter has told us it is to draft a quarterback. Will it be to take that man, Shedeur Sanders, the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, or that man, Jackson Dart, quarterback at Ole Miss? Opinions have been split between these two. Mel Kiper, you have been on the Shedeur Sanders bandwagon since the beginning of the season. Again, we are waiting the commission to commit the announcement right now. The Giants who picked at number 3.
If they do draft him, he's going from red and blue to red and blue.
This was how many of the Giants fans definitely hoped the night would go. Get the pass rusher early, find a way to get the quarterback that you want. A little bit later in round one, it appears that's what they have done. So we are awaiting the commission on the announcement. Here he comes onto the stage to announce the Giants pick at number 25.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good pick. Good pick.
Wow. All right. You know the story. Legendary high school career in Utah, threw for 67 touchdowns. As a senior, he went to USC, started 3 games.
So now it comes down to like the Steelers and Browns at this point.
72 touchdowns, finishes the school's all-time leading passer, surpassing Eli Manning. Mel, your reaction? Well, glad you went ahead and door, not shocked, because Daboll wants more mobility, and Jackson Dart can beat a defense with his legs. His completion percentage every year under Lane Kiffin improved.
I'm getting all of his cards, all of them.
69% this past year. Touchdown, what, 20 to 23, 29 to...
And I don't even like the Giants. I'm a Patriots fan, so the Rams have traded their pick to Atlanta. All right, so Atlanta's traded up.
And in each game combined for 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Then they were looking for a playoff spot late November. He completed less than 60% of his passes with a couple of touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And that late meltdown against Florida. So 3 big spots didn't come up.
No, man. I mean, I'm glad he went to New York instead of Pittsburgh because I hate Pittsburgh. I'm just saying that overall, I don't like the Giants, but I'm happy with the pick that they made on Jackson Dart because Jackson Dart's my number 1 prospect in this draft, and I think he went to a team where he can do good. Now, if the Giants would just give Jalen Hyatt a little bit more playing time, they could have a good roster, bro, or a good, decent offense at least. Is Atlanta's drafting Shedeur Sanders. They're going to have Kirk Cousins, Shedeur Sanders, and Michael Penix Jr.
Very, very well respected down in Austin. Being a great teammate, he's pumped his head. Another kid who I'm fortunate enough to call 3 of his games over the past couple of years. He's got a big arm. He is tough. He can pick up first downs. He can bomb the football. It doesn't always seem to be able to get through.
Hey, they got Penix, but they signed Kirk Cousins and then drafted Penix 2 weeks later.
there with Cam from Sao Antonio. He is covering the Giants for us tonight. Sal.
Well, Greeny, it's pretty clear that head coach Brian Dable likes Jackson Dart. Why? Because he has some of the same traits that Josh Allen had in Buffalo. That mobility, the dual threat ability.
A Josh Allen comparison is a pretty good comparison.
Those are the traits that Josh Allen showed Brian Dable in Buffalo. That's why
And Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart is a good draft.
All right, and so Mel, once again, this is a conversation that is going to be continued. These quarterbacks will be compared to each other for a long time. We know it'll happen. Shedeur Sanders will be drafted at some point here, whether it's tonight or tomorrow. The Giants have made this decision, and we will take a look at the history of first-round quarterbacks in New York Giants history. They drafted Phil Simms in 1979 out of Morehead State, won them the Super Bowl. Phillip Rivers, we know, was not a Giant. He wound up being traded just an hour or so after the pick was made for Eli Manning. They took Daniel Jones a few years ago. We saw that not work out as they would have liked. And now Jackson Dart, the 25th pick in this draft of the New York Giants. Quick thought now of the Falcons will be making a pick tonight. It's going to be interesting how quickly he gets on the field. Now, let me add RPO offense. You got Wilson, Winston, and DeVito. Now you add Jackson Dart, and they need to go quarterback. No question about that. But will he be afforded the time necessary to develop out of that offense? The Falcons are traded into this spot, and the commissioner will announce their pick right now.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
There we go.
Tennessee.
James Pierce Jr. goes to the Falcons and moves into the spot. So let's pick going to the Los Angeles Rams. Adam Schefter has more and more. Schefter, well, Brady, this is an interesting trade. The Falcons get back this first-round pick to take James Pierce and a third-round pick. But in return, the Rams get a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick in 2026, along with a second-round pick this year. So this year, when all teams held their initial first-round draft picks coming into the draft, next year, the Cleveland Browns already have the Jaguars' first-round pick for one trade.
Man, this has been a good draft.
The Falcons' first-round pick next year for this trade. So we only have one.
Collecting Cam Ward, collecting Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Ashton Genty, McMillan, Loveland, Tyler Warren, maybe, Jalen Walker, Walter Nolan, Egbuka, Hampton, and then Jackson Dart and James Pierce.
He reminds me of body type-wise of Devon Curse when he came out of Florida. He can go speed to power as well as anybody you see in his classic textbook. He's got the speed to take down any quarterback in the NFL. He's got the power to go off the top and inside out. When he wants to slam down inside on run front, he blows up everything. Everything. He'll track out balls one side of the field to the other. The question with James is this: consistency. Can you get it out of him all the time? Can you count on him? Can you depend on him? Is he always going to
Cam Ward.
answer the bell? Because if he does, Atlanta finally has the rusher that they've been looking for. Because he has it all.
The Falcons have been in the bottom two in sacks 4 of the last 6 years, including 31 last season. But they've done a long way to address that tonight, taking Jalen Walker from Georgia earlier and now James Pierce from Tennessee. But the big move made just moments ago, Jackson Dart, quarterback Ole Miss, to the New York Giants, who had taken Abdul Carter earlier in the night. So the Giants with a huge night with all the pressure in the world.
So we know that the Giants have won the draft, right?
In just a moment, live in Green Bay on ESPN. NFL Draft Green Bay. Visit Lowe's.com/NFL Draft now to review the rookie.
5 picks left, 3 packs left, and an autograph left.
These are the voyages of the Patrick Starship Enterprise.
Everybody, engage.
Good crowds. It's nautically nonsense. Red Dot is the square, man.
Well, he's a better pick than Daniel Jones was, that's for sure.
Perhaps it was your imagination. Whether you like SpongeBob, Star Trek, or both, find your mountain of entertainment on Paramount Plus. Did they just hop from a baseball game to a show on Max without leaving DirecTV? It's like all
Go see Luther Burden go to the Ravens.
Oh, it's all connected. So, movie sports cooking shows?
Is she talking to us?
Tell me, how does DirecTV put all your favorite stuff on one home screen? Uncanny content suggestions based on your watch history? Mind control.
Were you recently electrocuted? A better way to watch whatever you want to
But
watch.
who y'all got now? Y'all got Zach Wilson, Joe Milton, Tommy DeVito, and Jackson Dart.
Only getting isolated results. Big gains come from AI that works across all your data and applications. The AI built for business, IBM. Both by Super Hydration Body Wash, the sweet scent of a honey.
Oh, so y'all don't have Wilson? Who do y'all have? Just DeVito and Milton?
Can you get my bag?
Check out the new whip. I fully custom. Pretty Bud Light's consider it. As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights. I'll give you one of those. Yo, I'm going. I can guard you anywhere.
Nah, bro. Jackson Dart will be the best quarterback from this draft. I'm calling it now. In 20 years, when he's the best, y'all come back to this video and say, Dustin, you were right.
Hidden Valley Ranch is made with real ingredients for real ranch flavor that's impossible to put into words. But that's pretty close. Indescribably delicious Hidden Valley Ranch.
Your nerves might be shot. Your hopes might be highly increased. You might be seeing double. Or you might be feeling heat. And you might be cursed with drought. And you might be witnessing history. And you might be thinking, oh my God, this is it. Whatever it is, you're in it. And you stand a couple hours. That's the only thing that matters.
Y'all got Tommy DeVito. Did Joe Milton go to the Cowboys? Yeah. So y'all got Tommy DeVito, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Jackson Dart.
Had a couple of trades. Giants traded up and took a quarterback in Jackson Dart. Falcons traded up and took a pass rusher in James Pierce. Malachi Bruce, Baltimore Ravens. Around the clock here, we've had Bill Dick. His name very quickly before the commissioner mentioned not one on a safety, and they got both safeties sitting there for Malachi Starks from Georgia, Nick Eamon-Warwick from South Carolina. Starks didn't have a great year, but he was a heck of a football player throughout his career. I really like the football IQ here. Now, let me get this shit over now. With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia. Berrigan's terrific safety grew up in Jefferson, Georgia, about a half hour from Athens, was a five-star, became the Bulldogs starting free safety, led the team in defensive snaps as a freshman on a national championship team, finished with 6 interceptions. He moved him around a lot, Greedy, at 6'1", 197 pounds, ran 4.5 now. The Nick Eamon-Warwick, 4.38, kind of pales in comparison. So Nick Eamon-Warwick had a 43 vertical, Malachi Starks had 33 vertical. But football IQ book and being able to tackle at all areas of the field, open field tackle is outstanding. His ball skills, you're something in the range he shows.
Yep, I'll just put it up to the camera.
He's a good football player. He'll play in center field role in the Ravens. The other thing I'll tell you, he's playing in Tampa.
Got the Lions, Commanders, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philly, right?
There was video of him working out this morning before he gets drafted this afternoon. That's what you're getting in this safety in Baltimore. There's a sign in the facility that says play like a Raven. He will embody that coming from Georgia, being coached from the Kirby Smart. I don't worry about the testing of his football instincts, his ability to be in center field while you have Kyle Hamilton down around the line of scrimmage, to be able to play the ball and make plays. What he lacks maybe in speed and athleticism, he makes up by being able to key and diagnose quickly.
Yeah.
This is a true football player that has very high football character. He's got, it seems like he would fit in Baltimore in some of their split safety stuff, right? The cover 4 scheme, the cover 3 scheme, where there's a lot of pattern reading where you process quickly, get quick pattern matches. You're not kind of isolated one-on-one. When you got put in those kind of situations, that's where you see some of the top end speed deficiency come in. And I don't mean deficiency, okay? He's 4'5". So I'm saying he doesn't have true man coverage skills down the field against wide receivers making him one-on-one. But he's a solid, steady player. That's a nice fit, Mel, with Kyle Hamilton. Real nice fit.
Brother, everybody's high on Shadur Sanders because of who his dad is. I think y'all made the best pick.
So they're in a pretty good spot. To know that they solidified that spot. Keep in mind, Darius Washington, heck of an undrafted free agent pick up out of Cincinnati. He is a free agent after the 2025 season. And he'll benefit from being around a guy like Kyle Hamilton. Yeah, no question about it. Those are look at the safety position where you want guys to be real.
Yeah, this hug's a little long, buddy.
He's perfect. And one other note, they really like TJ Tampa, 4th round steal last year out of Iowa State, right? And they did some things with free agency with Louisiana, so they've done some things cornerback wise.
You know, I've always wondered how they get those jerseys done so fast.
One redshirted, but certainly guys come off the injury or banged up. They like TJ Tampa. They said a day-free steal last year for Eric DeCosta, outstanding general manager.
What NFL executives say?
The intensity in him as he made his way from the green room out onto the stage and actually lifted the commissioner off his feet, and he's down there on the stage now. Verizon Business brings us down to Molly, who's with Malachi. Molly.
Malachi, I can feel the energy vibrating off of you. That was quite the hug with Commissioner Goodell. How do you describe what's going through you right now?
He is. He blames everybody else for him making poor choices.
This Ravens defense was a force down the stretch last season. What will you bring to that secondary?
I got energy. I'll move around. I'll play at a high level coming from University like Georgia. I'm just ready to go play ball.
What do you think about playing with a guy like Kyle?
Surprised the Eagles didn't draft him there.
Congratulations, Malachi.
Thank you.
Everything you just said was illustrated by his behavior in every conceivable way. That is one fired up young man. As the crowd is now starting to boo the Lions, it's been a while since we've seen the other divisional teams in here. They booed the Bears quite loudly. They booed the Vikings loudly, and now they booed the Lions loudly as well. The Lions, obviously, a terrific season last year, a terrific team, the best in the NFC, just decimated by injury on the defensive side of the point. Well, they almost didn't have a chance by the time they got to the postseason.
Well, when you talk about the defensive side of the football, particularly here for this most of the season, they forward side
Yeah, neither him nor Travis Hunter should have either had their jersey retired. I mean, Tim Tebow ain't had his jersey retired.
They have to accumulate the depth, especially at the edge position. Yeah, they got to get somebody who's off the edge. They need to start establishing some depth, like getting some more players. I mean, they need some help. Yeah, he needs a guy. He needs some juice off the edge. I mean, Donovan Edwards is still there. Mike Marco is still there. You would expect it to be a defensive pitch simply because of the fact that they had so many injuries. Yeah, and it really just derailed everything they were trying to get done last year. We'll see what happens.
There were 2 teams that didn't have multiple players with 5 sacks.
Who's Dan Campbell drafting?
Hutchinson led the team in sacks, and he only played in 5 games last year. So now, what direction do we look at?
You know, I forgot to mention this, but my dad had just taken a pastor position at a church around here, and somebody that went to church there, he actually just got a job with the Chiefs. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but they left. Him and his wife left for Kansas City like 2 months ago because he got a job with the Chiefs doing something.
The Detroit Lions select Tylee Williams, defensive tackle.
So not an edge, a dominant run defender of 334 pounds, who also took the pocket for the national teams at 11 and a half sacks in his college career.
Here's the first thing you notice, Brady. He's built like a nose tackle at 6'2", 334 pounds. But he has athleticism like a free safety. I got an opportunity to train him and take him on the field and help him. He's got elite movement for a guy that's 330 pounds.
And then there were 4 picks.
Talk about him playing a run. He plays the run fiercely at Ohio State. His ability to flip his hips and get on field. He's got the
Luther Burden.
to play the 3 technique position. He can play the 1 or the 3. I think if he slims down a little bit, he could be the no doubt. And I'm sitting here looking at my notes. He primarily aligned at the 3 technique. The second thing I put was excellent flex, body control, and balance and center of gravity, fluidness of movement for someone with that body that's so thick.
J.C. Latham, Jack Sawyer. Is he in this year's draft? Marvin Mims. Cameron Ward again. Cameron Ward again. And Sam Hartman.
Well, Shedeur Sanders, hear his name called tonight. According to our draft day predictor, there was only a 3% chance he'd be available by the time we got here. He is Mel's 5th rated player on the board. He's still available at 29. We'll be right back. Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, pushes the boundaries of innovation to power the unexpected, all on one battery platform. Experience the industry's most powerful cordless pressure washer with advanced digital controls. A string trimmer so smart, it loads the line with the push of a button.
I think Washington, Buffalo, and Kansas City could all take a wide receiver. I think the Commanders will probably take that safety from South Carolina there. What's his name? Nick Iwanamori or whatever. He'll go second to either the Browns or Steelers.
Get our best deals on smartphones like iPhone 16 Pro. On us.
Patriots are trading back into the first and drafting Shedeur Sanders. We're going to have Drake May and Shedeur.
Great presentation, Tim. Could you email me the part about guide? Make it easy to switch and save hundreds. Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know my name, do you? Of course I know your name. I just get you mixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name? Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Could you just tell me I want this to be over? With new value of McDonald's, you get more than you expect.
Commander's pick is in.
For $1, because 6 final calls, that's 6 pieces. Get more than you expect. The new McDonald's. 2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. We are ready for the new era here. It is adrenaline, excitement, the stage electric. One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define this rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the Aces. Welcome back.
They should have Travis Hunter go up against Shedeur Sanders in the first game of the season.
This isn't about who's next. This is about who's next. This time, it's the NBA playoffs. Friday at ESPN.
Nick Imanawari is who I think the Commanders are drafting. Although they might draft Mike Green, too.
Is presented by Courtyard by Marriott, the official hotel of the NFL. We're back in Green Bay, the Washington Commanders making the next selection, number 29, after a magnificent season led by their young quarterback, Jason Daniels, all the way to the NFC Championship game. And then Mel.
Got Debo and Tunsil and Kinlaw and Harris.
Most notably, Debo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil. So what direction do they look here? You got an edge rusher, big corner, and they want a speedy running back at some point. Obviously, the offensive line keeps helping out Jaden Daniels. They did that with Laramie Tunsil coming in.
Dylan Sampson.
But I'd say a big corner. Bill Johnson sort of forward with his length and athleticism. And Mike Reeves.
Yeah, I think the only two teams that would trade back right now would be the Chiefs at 31 and the Eagles at 32.
Here's the thing I would say. Think about the team of the night. You have a young quarterback. He's about to be a receiver, ball protection. I think they have the young quarterback somewhere. We're going to find out in a moment. Here comes the commission. We're going to number 29, Washington. I think is in, and here comes Washington to go with the selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Interesting pick, so they take the tackles after signing or trading for the tackle. Josh Conerly has been on the radar a long time. He won the Anthony Williams Award as the best lineman in the country in high school. Played in all 13 games as a freshman at Oregon. Started all 14 as a sophomore. And then Mel made 14 all-around last year as he got like undefeated through the regular season. Steadily improving player. Green Kitty was outstanding.
And now the Patriots will have no more offensive linemen to draft since all of them have been drafted so far.
So Mike Green will one play the senior ball. Just throw that out. He has the athletic ability to be a guard, or a left back, and a developing standout at that left back spot. I was impressed. One block. He's got showing the ability to drive the defender off the ball, score, and then steal, block in space. The ability to pull and get to the second level. I thought was excellent for Josh Conerly. You saw pass protection as well. Talking about that Oscar Carter didn't allow a sack there. The athletic ability consistently take away the edge, then mirror that defensive end. Use that punch for to keep defenders from getting into his pads. He can lose out a little of power. We saw that during the course of the season. But his hand placement, that can be improved. So an offensive line coach is getting an unfinished. He's a little more polished, refinement. But the talent level, the skill set of Josh Conerly, you give him one more year at Oregon, he's probably a top 5, top 10 pick. Speed right there on that ET with an impact and slanted down inside. He took that away and then got back down on the tackle. He's got nice speed.
I can add it up. I've been writing down all the picks to keep track. Got 4 offensive tackles taken and 4 offensive tackle and 3 guards, so a total of 7. Well, Laramie's getting older, and they traded for Laramie, so this is for depth piece to build into being the starter eventually.
But they've got some nice things going on, and really now simple Buffalo Bills. The Bills picking at 30. This is a team that has done as much weighing as any team ever without taking it all the way. There's 78 wins, including playoffs, going back to 2019.
My buddy Chandler is a Bills fan.
Without making a Super Bowl appearance of any team in the league. So it's a bit of damning with St. Grace. They've been very, very good. They need something to put them over the top. What is it, Mel? They got cover. They got any cover guys on the back end. You got Will Johnson. As long as the medical is good, Will Johnson's a top 10 to 15 player. No doubt about that. For Buffalo to see Will Johnson there at this point, that's, I think, surprised a lot of people. Maxwell Harrison ran great, had a really good junior camp, 2024 campaign. So he got hurt this year with his shoulder. Had 5 picks 2 years ago. Now I know, Lou, you love Trey Amos. Absolutely. Trey Amos, Zarian Thomas from Florida State. Both of these guys. I mean, they're those long, tough, man-to-man cover guys. Great jump ball.
Big as in.
You know, win at the catch point down in the red zone. You kind of got to show them the right like to deal with. Zarian Thomas would have been the first round of that guy. The 40 at the combine. That's right. Okay, and he's Jalen Ramsey looking type of guy. Long, tough, can play inside at the start, nickel position. And Trey Amos,
practice at the tech when ball skills, all of it. But he has some good players still on the board.
If you talk about fit, though, all those guys, I get it, but from a fit standpoint, if the medical checks out, Will Johnson fits better in that Sean McDermott defense when they want to have vision on the ball.
So you're talking about, you're talking about two high type of scheming type of floor.
I don't mind them being the Commanders or the Redskins, whatever they want to be. I think it's a little wild that they get the hate for the Redskins when Florida State's logo isn't much different than what the Redskins logo was.
So, yeah, I mean, they both make sense. They both make sense.
A team that was mentioned has been so good and yet come up just short in such painful fashion multiple times in the last few years. Last year was supposed to be their dip year. It was the year they lost so many of their players on defense, reset their salary cap, still found themselves with an opportunity in the AFC Championship game against Mahomes.
Yeah, it's me. I ain't trying to get political, but it's driven by the left. The left drives stuff that the people that it's about actually don't care about. Be good, do good, God bless, and go Bills. Be good, do good, God bless, and go Pats.
The NFL is stepping up to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy.
Look at Tommy, so inspirational. Yeah, I'm a Patriots fan. I'm a Boston fan for most sports. So I'm a Patriots fan, a Celtics fan. I don't watch a lot of baseball, but the little bit that I do, I pull for the Yankees. And then I like the Bruins in hockey. But I kind of like the Bruins and the Golden Knights when I watch both. When I watch hockey, I pull for both of them.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Maxwell Harrison.
Let's go in the cornerback out of Kentucky who ran the fastest 40 at the combine. So it starts there. He's here. He's a huge personality. 2-year starter, 6 interceptions. 3 of them came back for touchdowns. When he was healthy in 2023, he was outstanding. 5 interceptions.
2 picks left.
With 2 interceptions, returned to touchdown in 1 game against Vanderbilt. And this year he started 7 games.
Yeah, I think I kind of just pull for them because I like their logo and they expanded just a couple years ago. Oh, there's a trade. There is a trade. They traded to the Eagles. They just traded back a pick. So the Eagles traded with the Chiefs to go up. They just switched spots. The Eagles are at 32 and the Chiefs are at 31. Now the Eagles are at 31 and the Chiefs are at 32. That makes sense. And they lost to them in the Super Bowl. How would you do that? I think my autograph might be in this one. Daquan Finn. Mitchell Tinsley. Jordan Addison. Is this an auto? A Tank Dell autograph. Tank Dell autograph. Okay. And then a Nico Marshall. Oh, I'm sleeping it. Trust me.
He's playing all-purpose defense with the quarterback. We talked about how Buffalo wants to play with the safeties high and the quarterbacks off, keeping the ball in front of him with the quarterback having vision on the quarterback. He played that to the best of his ability at Kentucky, was actually outstanding. So from a scheme standpoint, from a fit standpoint, and then you have the element of how fast he is, you have to say welcome to this in Buffalo. Yeah, that's how he needs to play it right there.
There we go. Sleeved and top loaded.
And he ran him down and made that play on that big post where he was beat initially, but he's able to run it down because he's got sub 4.3 speed. And he's got to refine his technique, refine his route recognition. And that's again,
Yeah, he's a good player. He's what I thought Xavier Hutchinson was going to be. And there's one more. We got an Alabama Auto who plays for the Ravens now. Tank Dell Auto who plays for the Texans. And this Valladay guy numbered 250. Yeah, he's really good. He's definitely Texans' #1 receiver.
I'll tell you what, the NFL draft makes for a strange bedfellows. Kansas City and Philadelphia met in the Super Bowl just a few months ago. Now they've swapped picks here. The Eagles have moved up to 31, trading up with Kansas City. We'll get the details on the trade in just a moment. The Super Bowl champs are on the clock, and we're getting ready to finish up round 1 from Green Bay. We're back in a moment on ESPN.
All right, guys, last pack on commercial break. Ooh, going to neon. There, that means Ty Simpson, Stetson Bennett, Tyler Van Dyke. I've got his autograph as well. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Alabama. Eli Ricks. And that is Neon Neophytes, whatever that means. I'm surprised the Eagles didn't trade up to draft a Georgia defensive player.
Grandpa was in the military. He shared membership with your mom so she could share with you. Easy. USAA. Check if you're eligible today.
USAA. Ooh, Jihad Campbell, that'd be good. Well, it's been a good first round. Good pack openings. Y'all stay tuned. Well, we'll go through the rest of the draft, first round at least. But y'all stay tuned for some new stuff I've got coming out on YouTube. And maybe next year we will do a live stream of the entire draft. So we'll do the first round, then second day I'll do one of the second and third, and then the last day I'll do 4 through 7. That would be really long. I mean, this one's been long. I've been on live stream for like almost 5 hours.
Being Courtyard's official fan ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now we get to hang out with NFL fans.
For sure, dude. I'll try to grow. I'm wanting to grow the community, man. Just build my business with people enjoy sports, that enjoy cards. one day I want to end up having my own like storefront, but just really just try my best to just do what I can for right now. I'll graduate with my business degree in the fall, so, and then we'll go from there. But I just need people don't realize, like, for a lot of these guys that do sports cards and stuff, they don't make their money from selling sports cards. They make their money from the content. And so, like, the videos that they do, the likes, the subscriptions, the comments, all that is what allows them to make money to continue to be able to do it, not necessarily the cards themselves. You may occasionally, every now and then, pull a big card that you can sell for more than what you originally paid for, but it's the content that the people do that gets them paid enough to be able to continue to do it.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama. Those young men have been around a long time. He committed to Clemson at the age of 16, playing high school ball in New Jersey. Ultimately flipped his choice to Alabama, where he led the side in tackles last year, including 11.5 for loss and 5 sacks. 21 on the big board for him would have been gone off higher half of the shoulder injury. He played great all year for Alabama.
They always get the best linebackers and defense players in the draft. All right, Kansas City. I guess Cleveland might get Shedeur Sanders at 33. They need a quarterback. Dang, they made their pick as soon as they got it. Boys, I appreciate y'all joining. Stay tuned. Like I said, I do videos. Try to do some every week. And we do free giveaways on each box opening we do a free giveaway. So all you have to do to join the giveaways is usually just comment. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and then comment. And you enter to be able to win the cards for free. Wild. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I can't wait. I've got one coming out, a video coming out in a couple days that cost me over $100. I didn't pull anything great out of it, spoiler alert, but it was a fun thing to open, to try and pull something good out of it. Like, you could pull Caitlin Clark autographs, Cameron Ward autographs, and you could pull some great stuff out of it. I didn't pull any big names, though, but that video will come out in a couple days.
That was the Eagles' NFL High 11th trade involving the first-round pick since he took over in December of 2015. And he is standing by now, and when I say he, Jahad Campbell is standing by with Molly. Verizon Business takes us down to the stage. Molly.
Jahad,
appreciate it, buddy.
Super Bowl chance just traded up for you. How will you repay their belief in you?
I'm going to give them 110%. Everything I got of me. You know, the rich just got rich.
You told me that this week felt like an out-of-body experience. What is it like standing up here as the newest member?
He said the richer just got rich.
There we go.
He said the richer just got rich.
And here's his name called again in a trade with Kansas City. Sheffy, what can you tell us? Well, the Eagles
yes, sir, buddy.
Earlier in the draft to go get Jahad Campbell, and the trade fell through, but they were able to persevere and trade up one spot. A lot of people.
I think he meant to say the rich just got richer, but he said the richer just got rich.
especially when it only costs you a 5th-round draft pick and you've got 20 picks in the next 2 rounds.
All right, let's see who the Chiefs get here.
Player who has no mention, could have gone from 12 to 15. He did have surgery on one of his shoulders. He's going to need surgery on another shoulder potentially after this season. He's got a knee issue as well, but the talent is undeniable.
So this guy's injury prone.
Feels a little bit like a steal, and that feels a little bit like why, as you mentioned, Howie Roseman is a legend of the profession. And so you see there's Kansas City, there's their legendary coach, Andy Reid, as they will make the final pick of this first round. They're accustomed to doing that. They've won a bunch of Super Bowls in recent seasons. Mel, what does this team need? I look at it.
Mike died. All right, let's see who they get.
Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
You saw it coming, Mel. He's from San Diego, began his career at San Diego State, started every game at right tackle in 2022, transferred to the Buckeyes.
There we go, boys.
Started every game in 23, and then this year the injury.
It's a shame because, as we talked about, he would have been a
Who was your all's favorite pick? Personally, for me, it was probably Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was probably my favorite pick. But yeah, Jackson Dart and Ashton Genty were my 2 favorite picks. Genty to the Raiders, Dart to the Giants. Abdul Carter was a really good pick. Man, y'all got Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart. That's crazy.
Redirect, anchor, pull, reach, and cut off. He can do it. He can do just about anything you want him to do. There was you were nitpicking to find something negative to say about his play. If he is healthy, and they have one of the best trainers in the NFL, Rick Burkholder, down there in Kansas City, he will be a bookend cat. This guy's tape, there's no question. He has to be healthy.
Here's the thing I'll add. I've had that injury. It takes about a year before you feel like that you're back. I tore my patella, and so I know he's squatting and he's ahead of schedule. It's going to be about a year before he feels like normal again. And if they're willing to wait, to your point, they'll get the best of him. But
yeah, y'all got a nice little group there. All right, boys. Well, I appreciate y'all joining. I'm gonna get off here and get all this cleaned up. But I will see y'all again at some point.
They have tried hard to address the offensive line down there, and they've had some success, and they've had some misses. This guy is one of the best that they brought in there. There's no doubt that you